Very, very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at one of your favourite base and place. It is indeed RAF Lakenheath, United States Air Force in Europe base. Oh yeah, the 48 fighter wing in almost cloudless Suffolk. Almost. Because behind me there's quite a few, but in front of us it's clear blue skies. Welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to the 48 fighter wing, home of 4 combat ready squadrons. And of course, a wing is not always about the flying as well. Don't forget, we have a whole range of work and job titles and service. Lots of roles that make up the wing. The flying component is the 48th Operations Group. But let's not forget the 48th Medical, Communications Squadrons, the Security Forces, Maintenance Squadrons, Fighter Generation, Armourers, Wing Safety. You can see them now just chasing off a few birds, and AWCUs, SF, OSIs, LE. The list goes on. And of course, our fighter squadrons. There are 4 combat ready squadrons here at Lakenheath. The 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers. And, they fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. Oh yeah, guns up, bowlers. And welcome if you tuned in on the base. Welcome as well. We do have lots of fans that watch our show in the base. And of course, the 493rd Fighter Squadron are next, the Grim Reapers, who have a long, staggering, awesome history with a great reputation, especially during World War II, with over 65 or so sorties during the Normandy campaign, flying the most variety of aircraft as well. And today they fly the F-35A, the 5th generation stealth fighter. They were equipped with the F-35A in 2022, once they said goodbye to their F-15C and Ds. Next up, we've got the 494th Fighter Squadron, the Panthers Bleed Red. Oh yeah, who have, again, like the other squadrons here, a long, substantial reputation, lineage and history. The Panthers fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. And last but not least, the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries, who were inactive from 1991. They were known as the Thunderbarks from flying the F-111 Aardvark in their career. But once they retired the aircraft, and of course once they became inactive, they came back in December the 17th, 2021, and arrived with a new aircraft that made Lakenheath the very first USAFE wing to operate the F-35A. That's right, with a name change to the Valkyries. They have been inactive for quite some time, over 60 years period if you add it all together. But they are back, and they are here from 2021, flying the F-35A. The Valkyries, Mala Ipsa Nova, bad news itself. Till Valhalla, some of their mottos that they have. Hey, how you doing? All right? Good. Oh yeah. And we've also got visiting aircraft as well. We've got the Aviano's triple nickel, the 555th Fighter Squadron with their 8 F-16CMs, who we got to see yesterday destroying the range. Hope you enjoyed my premiere yesterday of the Holbeach Air Weapons Range, and it was literally a day to bring your aircraft to blow up and shoot stuff. RAF Lakenheath was opened as a Royal Air Force station, and that was in 1941 when it began its operations with the number 20 operational training unit, and it has been a Royal Air Force station right up until 1948, when 1948 saw the arrival and a change of hands to the United States Air Force. First to arrive, as in aircraft, was the B-29. That is a very heavy bomber. Of course, between 1945 and 47, the base did actually close to make way for a hardened, longer runway to accommodate...
Taxi.
Oh yeah! To accommodate the very heavy bomber, the B-29. In fact, Lakenheath was selected... in fact, it was one of three, Sculthorpe and Marham. And here, of course, were selected to be VHB stations, very heavy bomber stations, the legendary B-29. Aircraft are now taxiing, so enjoy. The sounds that you can hear are, sounds like a mixture, but definitely the more prominent engine of the F-35A I can hear, the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100, which is applied to the F-35A and the C variant. We don't have a B variant here, the one that hovers. The one that hovers is at Marham. That's known as a Stovall aircraft. Although the A variant is a 9G pull-in, Mach 1.6 speed-in, 18,000 pound load-in stealth fighter. And it's what's known as a CTOL aircraft, conventional takeoff and landing, so just like your F-15. The F-35A produces a whopping 43,000 pounds of thrust, and that's like strapping a human being to a rocket, pretty much. It is, here we go, they're getting closer, here we go. Not much wind today as opposed to yesterday. I think we were all winded out yesterday. So yeah, apologies yesterday for not being able to get a stream for you. It was virtually impossible for me. We did actually have a TED cam down. We had a Nikos hat down. It went almost on the range. That would have been an embarrassing phone call. In fact, I probably would have had to leave it until the end of the day. The Nikos camera as well, that went down with, even though it had some weights on it, it was getting, luckily I caught it last minute, so yeah, impossible. So the best thing I could do was finish up on those 3 sorties, drive home, edit it, compress it, put it together, upload it to YouTube, and here we are, yesterday's premiere. So, it wasn't too bad. It was 5 hours old, or 5 hours fresh. It's not bad, is it? It was almost like slow-cooked whole beach stream, but done as a premiere. Good thing about premiere is that it will have like a, almost like a watch party, but with live chat, so it's quite nice to put it together. Don't forget to do your pre-stream checklist. Don't forget to smash that like button. And get ready for what will hopefully become another classic Lakenheath day. Now, earlier this morning, this came in. This Butte C-17. Oh, it's never... Oh yes, nice. Oh, is that them down there?
Yeah.
Here it comes. Oh, look how dark they look. Here comes trouble. Trouble crossing the runway now. amazing, isn't it? How grey paintwork can transition from almost like a charcoal colour. It's just catching the sun now. Trouble making its way. Here's trouble. News today is runway 23. There are millions of them. Just, I love that little noise that they make like that. Almost like pushing out the air. Sound angry. I love that noise. Stop that. Huh? Yeah, it's a change in the airflow, isn't it? A question to ask a pilot. It's like when they... And again, sound like angry rhinos or something. Yeah, like. Sounds are going to get louder now as they taxi down the Warrior Walk. Oh yeah. Look at him. Oh yeah. But yes.
I've seen you. I've only just found you. I just happened to be here to say hello.
Hello, who's this?
He's a wedding present from my husband. He's
Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. My name's Nikos, and of course we have the boss, Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby with us. Right, we're all enjoying it so far. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about tomorrow. Yeah, I can hear him now. So we've got F-15E Strike Eagle startups as well. That distinctive howling sound. Look at it, looking proud, look at it. Nice. Oh, they're all going now, aren't they? They're all starting up. Oh yeah. Here we go. Single flights as well today, actually. But we will have F-15E Strike Eagles as well. Gents and teddy bears, hope you're good. And so that's a nice lot of F-35A Lightning II aircraft that have all been sent. So they'll be doing their training. They could take anywhere between 45 minutes to 90 minutes usually. And if they need to extend the range or the endurance, they could get an air-to-air refuel and take as long as 3 hours. So there isn't any set times or anything. Don't forget the Ted Coningsby channel. Our ethos is no departure details, no places, no faces. So just enjoy what we got and let the pilots go where they need to go. We don't need to broadcast that on the on our channel. And if it's your first time tuned in, don't be alarmed. This is all training. Training to be ready to own the skies. That's one of the mottos outside the 48 Fighter Wings gate. And also RAF Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing are the only US Air Force wing with not only a number, of course, they all do, but it has a name. It's the only one. That's a cool flight, just sorry. They're the only wing with a name as well as the number. So the name, of course, is Statue of Liberty Wing. And that's all because in 1952, they reactivated at Chaumont Air Base in France. And that was on the 10th of July 1952.
Oh, right.
And they actually got themselves a wing status. You see, they were a group before when they were... The 48th were a group when they were first activated in 1941. With a few reorganisations and name changes. They were a bombardment group light at the time when they first activated on the 15th of January 1941. It was part of the first activations. There were 54 in total, the first aviation objective, and this was in preparation for the war. You see, on the 15th of January 1941, you know, the other end of that year, 7th of December 1941, the disastrous but turning point of World War II was, of course, the attacks on Pearl Harbor. And there was other attacks as well during that day as well in other areas, and this was something that they, you know, it's not worth being prepared for when the time comes. It's been prepared for before the time comes. And already in the Air Force's inventory of the Army, it was a Army Air Force at the time, part of the Army Air Corps, wasn't actually independent as an Air Force, just like the Royal Air Force became independent on the 1st of April 1918. The same applied to the United States Army Air Force before they turned into the United States Air Force as an independent unit for itself. So this was the thing. Started off like that as a group. They were the 48th. They did become a fighter group as well. And they were, of course, fighter bomb group in 43 until they were redesignated as a fighter group. And, it wasn't until, like I said, 1952, 10th of July, they moved to France after being inactive after the war, after the Second World War. And once they moved to France, they were at Chaumont Air Base. And if you do go, you'll notice a 3-meter version of the Statue of Liberty, and this is where they get their name from because of the region of where they were based. You see, Chaumont Air Base is not far in the Chaumont-Samortier region, about 20 miles away near Paris. Is the Bartholdi's workshop who designed and built the Statue of Liberty in the 1800s. So when the time came, the mayor and you know, at the time, Jean Maison and other important people were there, and they made a name ceremony and named them the Statue de la Liberté. That's written in French, and it still features on the wing's badge. Statue de la Liberté, which means Statue of Liberty Wing. It felt apt, being so close to the Statue of Liberty's birthplace, shall we say. And the airmen of the base, the personnel of the base, sold a sedan. I think it was a 1950s sedan. and raised about $1,700 and funded the 3-meter replica. There's also a replica here of that as well, the Statue of Liberty. It's here as well. So a little bit of fact. And that's where they get their Statue of Liberty name from.
F-18s were on this plane.
Hey man, how's it going? All right?
Good, thank you.
You good?
Yeah. Tea time.
Yeah, actually, it's a good point. Tea time.
So there's a road you can go around the back. So you come from Finch.
Is that where
Go, no. So Nikos goes down. But you need to go the other end. So it's a road.
There's Ballesteros.
It's a road from Finch to Martin. You go about halfway down, and there's a road that goes up into there's a dead end and there's a dirt track. Follow the dirt track up to the ground. There's a concrete pad. There's all left, and then you walk down and get right down to it.
That'll be tomorrow.
Excuse me.
Hello.
A photo in a minute.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Get right down.
Absolutely.
Never with that.
Can't go back.
Hang on, the sun's right.
Get right close.
Yeah, do it this way. There we go, that's better, isn't it?
Getting closer, Daniel.
There you
Yeah,
go.
don't forget that, right? Look how good that picture is. It depends on that. This is a little bit of a camera.
Thank
All right,
you.
yeah, no problem. Enjoy your day.
Thank you too.
Really?
You coming back here tomorrow or?
No, well I'm not. I'm going to Devon tomorrow.
Ooh, whereabouts?
Down to Dorset.
That's good. That's a good spot. And then they break them down. So this will be
See, when you... Sorry.
So what is here? What is here? That's here. It's down here.
Have you got excellent. So,
I'm in no rush now. Just you're going to be. Yeah, we're here for a bit.
It's fine, mate. Yeah, if you're here for a while.
the runway goes
Okay, cool.
down, and it goes down.
Okay,
and it goes
yeah, no, cool. Have a good day.
You've got the main road.
Oh, have you? Yeah, sound. Okay. Cool. All right, nice one. Thank you.
This is the main road that goes. This is going down.
Just the one at the minute, I think. I'll have a look what you've got in a bit.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
So Nikos is
Head in there, look.
Oh, is this for the field? You're right. So, a very good morning to Alex, Raven, Lorraine at the Maddock Rambling.
going there.
Watching from Orkney, Julie Beard, Christine Barnes, Andrew Farley, oi oi. Not sure if you're here today. If you are, oi oi to you. Margot Baxter watching from the Lothians. Elsie, Davey watching from the Ceiling. Phil Lacey.
It's a really good spot.
Davey, how you doing, man? Gucci man, how's it going? Hope you're good.
The Nikos Park's down here. You can see the control.
Hope we're all good. Who else we got? Alan Gates, Alan Burden, J Dog, Simon Watchorn. Good to see you yesterday, man. White Wizard, what up? How we doing? Massive oi oi to all of you.
If you want to go see them Bolton, I'd go down this road here because you can actually see them touch down from the clouds here.
Oh, they do it here.
Yeah, friendly schools.
We went last week for a visit. Oh, did you?
It's on the miles, it's a bit hit and miss. And you could turn up and when Nikos had a day where he was just like constant, loads of flying.
Andrew C, Remco De Vrij, Gucci man.
And remember that
We've got someone coming to Lakenheath called Aviation Forever 25. How's it going? Hope you're good.
both squadrons will be going.
Mark Dudley, oi oi.
So the
We've
only
got Tiger Alphax, how you doing, oi oi.
there is 206 on the train. So
Hope we're all good. Carol Arms just getting ready for F-15s.
Yeah, but it's when there's deployment, that's a good spot because you get tons of
You going to a new spot? Going to try out the. You're going to try a new spot?
No, I've got home, so I'm hoping they come out sooner rather than later.
Ah.
You know, I've got till about 1.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No, I would have thought later on that.
I'd have thought they'd probably leave at lunchtime.
It's not 5 now, I lose that. They won't need refueling, will they?
I think that's the ground crew down there, isn't it?
Spanish Hornets didn't even
You didn't see it? I did send it over. You were quite lucky.
When did you send it? Did you send something?
No, you've already said it.
Ah.
I'm just showing. What's that in the morning? Yeah, but look.
It's a Yeti one.
Oh, that one.
No.
Oh,
one.
cool. He did it.
Yeah.
Easy. The Americans based in it. Not Italians.
Right. And then we've got him to do.
So we got F-15E Strike Eagles by the sound of it. Just waiting for them to taxi out. Sounds like quite a lot, and I know it's a lot of you's favourite, the F-15E Strike Eagle, and for good reason as well. Very exciting, good-looking aircraft as well. Not that that matters, but as an aviation enthusiast, it looks exceptional and it moves well, and it's quite a large fighter, really. When you compare it to the likes of the F-35 and the Typhoon, it's quite a large fighter. Lots of wing area with a good Mach speed of Mach 2.5. And these ones have the Pratt & Whitney F100 PW229s. They produce 29,000 pounds of thrust. Being the F100 family, they do sweep, hence the beautiful sound that the actuating systems from the conversion exhaust nozzle control system, which starts to pump air. I think the speeds of the air pump through is supersonic. I think. Don't quote me on that. I've read somewhere that it could be, or I just misinterpreted that fact. But it is definitely the air that causes the sweep sound, and that controls the opening or closing of the nozzles on the exhaust.
Well, kind of. It's the friends of.
Paul Mayers, how you doing? Maxine B, hope we're all good. So we're just going to wait. For the course. So, ground crew, how you all doing? Hope you're all good.
Go, Nikos.
Yeah. Oh, you've had something just come up. I'll just wait for that. Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, if it's coming.
That'd be, yeah.
That would be rather good.
Have you seen that display?
No, only on video, and it's exciting.
Have you watched it? What's that?
First time I saw it.
Gravity doesn't exist when that thing flies.
First time I saw it, I just could not believe my eyes.
It does some weird stuff.
I just could not believe my eyes.
Yeah, gravity doesn't exist on that thing, does it? The way it moves, it's just like, no, I'll just do a little backflip, you know.
The only thing I've seen similar is the MiG-29 OVT, the demonstrator thing that the Russians had, and that had thrust vectors, and that could do some weird stuff.
This is coming as well, apparently. This was on the official show.
Oh yeah. That's only doing 3 displays the whole year.
Is it really?
Yeah.
What is it?
The Danish F-16.
Oh, no, that was good last year. Nice
Yeah,
colours.
Lovely
Was it
colours
there
scheme.
last year?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the one they bent, didn't they? And they had to fly another jet.
Yeah. Oh, bless it. It was good though. Taxi, here we go. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, ladies, gents and teddy bears.
I'm not waiting for you before I come here. Interesting to see what this new thing was. It F-47?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, we'll see what that is.
It'd be interesting.
So taxiing very shortly will be the F-15E Strike Eagle. 2 squadrons fly this. We will get an idea of which squadron it is from the colour of the tail flash, if it's consistent. And the legacy of the F-15 still lives on. The first F-15A. Its first ever flight was made in July 1972, and the first flight of the family version, the 2-seater F-15B, which was formerly called the TF-15A trainer, the first flight for that was made in July 1973. Now the first Eagle, the F-15B, was delivered in November 1974, and it wasn't until January 1976 when the first Eagle, destined for a combat squadron, was delivered to the 555th, who are here today flying this. The F-16 Fighting Falcon. This is the very squadron that received the first Eagle. Look at that. Beautiful, eh? Beautiful. Now the next 2 variants, the C and the D models, arrived later. The single-seater F-15C and the family version F-15D models, they entered the Air Force inventory in the beginning of 1979. Now these new models had the PEP 2000, the production Eagle package, the improvements including £2,000, 900 kilo of additional internal fuel, provision for carrying exterior conformal fuel tanks, and an increased maximum takeoff weight as well, which brought it right up to £68,000. That's 30,600 kilos. Now the next variant was the F-15E Strike Eagle. So this was delivered in the to the US Air Force operational units in 1988. So 79. So it took another 9 years, and the F-15E reached, just like many other aircraft have to do, what's called an initial operational capability on the 30th of December 1989. So kind of like an examination audit. For this, for the aspect of the flying, and that was done at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in North Carolina, and that was with the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, the 336 Tactical Fighter Squadron, and it didn't arrive here at Lakenheath until 1992, as the remaining F-111 aardvarks started to depart and leave and finish their career here. And it took another 2 years for the F-15C and D models to actually arrive at Lakenheath, with the 493rd who solely operated them. Right, here we go. Here's a sight for the eyes. Look at this. Still going. Of course, the airframe isn't 50 years old, although the legacy is, but not this particular aircraft. Some could be between 20 and 30 years old, but of course they would have had all sorts of upgrades done to them. You can find the fiscal year, the date it was ordered, not the actual assembly date, that makes up the serial number for the aircraft. What it is, you'll have, well, we'll see it in a moment. So just under the LN tail code for Lakenheath, you'll have 3 or 4 large numbers in black. Now I'll give you the second half of the serial number. The other 2 are slightly smaller, just below the AF, and that will give you the fiscal year for that aircraft that was put into order. So it gives you an idea. You know, obviously it takes a while after it's been ordered in on its fiscal year, and that completes the whole serial number. So you might see a 91 and then 603 maybe, or 134. Let's have a look, see what we got. The light's good, light's in our favour, just the heat haze now. So the post-taxi checks will be done now. They don't do it at the hangars, it's just the way the 48th operate their F-15s. Look at this! Oh yes, it's time for some sweeps. There we go, so 332, fiscal year 91, so 91332. So as there's a lot of blue tail flashes, and this will indicate that that's aircraft of the 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Bowlers, the Mad Hatters. Bowlers, Mad Hatters, same squadron. Officially the Mad Hatters, but locally known as the Bowlers. Spelt slightly different, still on the principle of the hat, the bowler hat, B-O-L-A-R-S. And that's the blue tail flash. Red would be the 494th Fighter Squadron. Now, traditionally yellow is the 493rd and green is the 495th. However, those colours were reversed, or at least swapped over during the P-47D Thunderbolt era of World War II with the 48 Fighter Group. The 48 Fighter Group, during the time of World War II, they were under the command of the 9th Air Force, and to be exact, the 70th Fighter Wing. So we've had plenty of F-35 departures today, already this morning. Russell, good morning to you. Oi oi, Margot, Gucci Man, Lorraine, Alex Raven, Simon Watchorn, White Wizard, Heather Holloway, Dave Holloway as well, Alan, oi oi, Alan Gates, Jamie Sterling, oi oi to you. Hope we're all good. Kieran. Hope we're all well. Eighth day, oi oi to you. Christopher Suda, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Welcome back. So checks are done after taxiing, not at the hangars. It's just the way they operate here at the 48th. It's unique to them in this fashion. I'd imagine there are other wings that do this. Now, there could be anything that, you know, could have happened after taxiing, of course. They've got to remove all the tags, of course. They've got to do their sink nozzle checks, aileron, elevator checks, looking for any loose ordnance, leaks, cracks, security issues with the canopy, that kind of thing. All done before the takeoff. You can see there the tag's been removed. Now this is called an EOR, end of runway. Now there are two either end. This is south, this is the main one where they do it, but they can if there's two squadrons operating at the same time, because you can only have 6 on an EOR. There's 6 just where the F-35s were parked up earlier, just then. You can have another ground crew team. Now this evolved from the arrival of the F-35s in December 2021. Now there used to be all Eagles, right? C, D and E Eagles, and there was one maintenance squadron, the 748 maintenance squadron. Things changed, of course, with a completely new aircraft, a 5th generation stealth fighter, very sensitive there. So they split into what's called fighter generation squadrons. Now each fighter generation squadron has their own dedicated aircraft. So what that means is you'll have, for example here, you have the 492nd fighter generation squadron with their crew chief, armourers, technicians, etc., managing their 492nd jets. So for example, you've got the 494th fighter generation squadron, which include armourers, mechanic, you know, all the lot, crew chiefs, the lot. And of course you've got FGS for the 493rd and the 495th. So powered by the Pratt & Whitney F100 PW229s, producing 29,000 pounds of thrust each. Bleed blue, guns up, here we go. Milden Hall is only 5.5 miles away the backwards crow flies. The history of Milden Hall is that was built in 1934 16th of October 1934. And just behind me, another 5 miles away, the backwards crow flies, is RAF Feltwell, and that was built 1936, operating in 1937. Yes, 6 AM.
To get pictures.
I've got a video on my phone because I was in the van. I thought I'll have a 5-minute kip, and I was like, sounds like a train. No, it's a C-17. Just went amazing. Davey, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Oi, oi, Davey. Gaz Russell, thank you very much. I'm sure Ted will enjoy them. Thank you very much. Elsie, Mark, how you doing? Coochie Man, how you doing, man? Maybe get a few Iron Brew sweets to help him get ready for a busy Teddy day. Thanks, Gaz. Hope you're good. Now the only time, just trying to think, the only time that all 4 squadrons were back together, with the exception of when they started in 1941, when they activated, even though they had different numbers back then, by the way, they were designated differently, they had different numbers, they had the 55th, 56th and 57th bomb squadrons, so a little bit different, right? And then it was the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, which was the 495th, but before it got to that, it was the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, then the 88th Bomb Squadron, until 1943 they were given their new numbers designated to the 492nd, 493rd, etc. Now the only time they got together again was after 1944. You see, the 1st of April 1944, the 407th Bomb Group, which the 495th moved to, due to the organisation of fighter groups and having 3 squadrons per fighter group, they moved to another group, but that group deactivated. So it wasn't until let's have a look. It wasn't until 1977 that all 4 squadrons were here again. That's a long time, isn't it? 1970, so between 44, 77, so it's 33, 33 years. They were inactive, the 495th, and when they were operating the F-111 Aardvark in 1977, that's when all 4 squadrons actually were working together again. Deactivated the 495th in 91 and came back in another 30 years time. But during that time, we actually had all 4 colours. We had blue, yellow, red and green, and the boss bird, shall we say, of the F-111 was actually all 4 colours was featured on the F-111 Aardvark, and I'm sure Davey's got a lovely photo of it. Captain A, oi oi to you. Davey, Spanner Flight, how we all doing? Hope you're well.
Oi,
Oi oi.
F-16 can.
Davey has got a photo of that. Nice one, Davey. Big shout out to Ginger and crew, Julian Bailey, Perry, Righty, Kino. Here we go again. Oh. Oh, is that going back? That's not the usual way, is it? Yeah, that one's going back, unfortunately. These things happen. I saw air brake wave to say thank you. That was nice. Unfortunately, these things happen, so there could either be a delay while they get a spare, or they'll go off without. Here we go. Here we go, let's ride. off without them. It takes a little bit longer, as you can see, to rotate there, but nevertheless, that is actually quite a rare sight for here, isn't it? Was that all 4 no burners? Yeah, it was.
It's only the second time I've seen that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was with you on that windy day, I think. Was it a really windy day they did that? Alex Raven. Yep. It's quite rare for them to be here anyway, and of course, as you can see, for me, a lot slower on acceleration, and yeah, but nice to see because it's something different. It could be to save fuel for a particular reason. Maybe they're waiting for maybe they were going to go out as a 6, you know, a 4 and a 2 ship. Maybe they've just, this is just a guess, right? They could be just saving a bit of fuel while the F-15 has a spare to come out with this one, if that makes sense. Maybe it's just a guess. Let me have a look. I mean, they've got good range anyway. Let me have a look what the situation is. Let me have a little check. I mean, yeah, it could be just to save a bit of fuel. I don't know, really don't know. But when I say save fuel, maybe this is just my guess. Maybe they are waiting for these 2. Maybe they're doing aerial combat with these 2. Maybe, no idea. But it's just a guess. But or maybe not. Then here we go. Maybe not, unless this is going back.
No, it's going out.
F-15s and F-35s out there.
Yeah.
Now parked up over here, we've got the C-17 as well. Open on the F-16. Let's see what happens in a bit. That's the Aviano F-16, the triple nickel 555th fighter squadron. Again, a US Air Force base out there in Italy. Thanks for your support again today. And who got to watch the Holbeach action from yesterday that I put together? Let me know your thoughts on that. Hope you enjoyed it. It was...
Really? Are you listening to this? If you get when you get the rig gate, you get there, gate's 8.5, 6.
What?
Gate's 8.5, 6. We'll go through the circuit, we'll get the security.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it, Teddy? I hope you all enjoyed the premiere that I put on yesterday with the Holbeach Air Weapons Range, and it literally was a place to bring your aircraft to blow up and shoot stuff. In this case, it was F-16s and F-15s as well. So nice. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat towards Ted Salmon Bagels. Thank you very much. And Righty72, who's here live, watching live, celebrating 25 months membership. Oi, oi. And my favourite airbase, LN, enjoy all. Paul Briggs with a 6-month milestone. Thank you very much for reaching that. 6 months, whereas the time gone. Love everything about this channel. Keep up the good work, Nikos, Claire and Ted. Thank you very much. Chinook, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. Thank you very much. Griffamundo celebrating 14 months membership. Guards March. A Guards March for Alan Gates, who's been a member for 17 months and part of our fighter squadron as well. Thank you. Great channel, wonderful family, excellent streams. Thank you very much. Jill Rogers with 17 months membership as well. 17 months, wow. Thanks for all the streams. Thank you for 17 months membership. And Babsart, Paul Pump, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's so kind of you. Thank you very much for that support. That is just awesome, making 5 new members joining the wonderful community that you've all created. Thank you very much. Colin Scrim, member for 15 months. Thanks for another great month. Thank you, Colin, for your 15-month service with the posh officers. Philip Turner, 18 months. Who's put oi oi and an oi oi to you, Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. LAH, was hoping to see you at Coningsby today to give you a big oi oi. Gutted you're not there. Have a great day, Ted and Nicholas. Thank you very much for your super chat. And an oi oi from here to there. Guards March. Guards March to wee Stevie boy. Thank you very much for the super sticker. That sounds like a, that looks like a delicious cup of tea.
I never got the impression he was gold. Definitely not.
Stuart G, Holbeach was absolutely awesome. Oh yeah, it was, wasn't it? That was absolutely brilliant. Margot's put absolutely superb from Holbeach.
Just when you next see him, just how's the gold? How's your hand?
Yeah, how's your hand? By the time I got there, I met Nikos at about 7 o'clock or something. And they didn't fly till 1. Funny that. Bless him. Yeah. Gives you that look.
Dave O, enjoy the RNAS Yeovilton tomorrow. Enjoy the museum. So we've still got a lot to come back yet. Like I said, still got F-16s here. That canopy's up, so we'll keep a little nose on that one. Keep our eyes peeled on that.
Why? Because we spent nearly 2 hours trying to get out. So I'm sure you do know that me and Dad I'm taking John to school. Oh yeah, how you getting in the van?
Are you going to pop round and see Camp Ted?
So nice sunny day.
I'm going on Tuesday.
And we'll think about tomorrow. We may be up to something tomorrow. I'll see. I'll have a little look around, see what I can do tomorrow. But there could be a little, just a small show tomorrow. Why not? Why not whack another one out?
Wind waves.
Everything that's on the aircraft.
Big shout out to everyone at RAF Lakenheath. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good.
That's not the one. That's not the one, is it? Sure, you did a picture of that.
So with RAF Mildenhall opened on the 16th of October 1934, starting life out with the Handley Page Hayford, and eventually they had the Wellington bombers as well that were based there. But
Again, you aren't here, Nicholas.
huh?
He's been in.
Picture of it.
Do the old
Oh, cool. Who's that from? No.
It's on this Lakenheath spots.
Oh, cool. Nice one. That's nice. Oi, oi. Clearly trying to get on there, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know how it is. So yeah, with Mildenhall opening in 1934, and obviously 5 years before the start of the Second World War, and like I mentioned before several times, that after the First World War, there were around 27 military airfields by the time of 1924, and it was a case of, at one point there were 300 military airfields in the UK after at the end of the First World War. And of course, I've always mentioned what do you do with them, but when things started tensioning up, there was a pre-war sort of activations going on, and airfields started to get the expansion go-aheads from the Air Ministry at the time. And with Mildenhall opening in 1934, their Hayfords didn't actually see operational service. It kind of run into, at the end of the day, there were Hamdens coming out, mono planes with a lot more payload, a lot more tougher and robust. And one defence was the fact that Lakenheath was actually a decoy airfield, and during that time in 1940, what that means is that this would have been a fake RAF Mildenhall. So you would have had a fake control tower, fake hangars, and of course, lined up would be the fake aircraft, and actually based at Mildenhall was the Vickers Wellington bomber. So they actually, some of the wood was supplied from nearby Eriswell, a village just in this direction over here, and there would have been an officer in a bunker, operating the lights at night, because there were various types of decoy airfields. So what they did, they decided to, right in the middle, right here, quite close, so 5.5 miles away the backwards crow flies, was to build a fake RAF Mildenhall, and they did so, and it came with success. Now there's a K site and a Q site, what they named them. In fact, I'm really excited. In October I'm going to visit a slightly different type of decoy. It is a decoy city, correct. It was called Operation Starfish, and there was various cities and towns that were faked, shall we say, and the point of that was to stop the real city or town or some place of importance from getting bombed and destroyed. So this actually did work. Some, they knew it worked because they got bombed, and it actually had a film crew to help out with the lighting systems. They would operate lights at night, and I'm going to a fake, shall we say, Bristol, a decoy Bristol, and now it was called Operation Starfish. Now the same principle applied. They also had K sites and Q sites, decoy airfields, to take the hit to save a particular important base from getting damaged. And by that time, Mildenhall was one of the largest bomber stations in Britain. So to protect it, they made this place. Now the officer would have gone down into the bunker to operate all the lights. There would have been fake hangars, and there would have probably been a poster saying your job every night is to try and get bombed. Sounds great, doesn't it? Very inspiring. But anyway, eventually it was decided to actually turn the place. Actually, I didn't mention, it was actually attacked 5 different times. One by the rod and gun area. I can't remember whereabouts that is on the base, but it was attacked 5 times. So that means this place saved Mildenhall 5 times. How amazing is that? But about 500-600 miles away from here was number 20 operational training unit, having a good time at RAF Lossiemouth, being an OTU, an operational training unit. However, because of its its geographics and whereabouts it was based, it was actually used operationally as well as an operational training unit. So training would have to be sort of backstepped a little bit. So what they did, number 20 operational training unit arrived here with this. So this was actually the first ever aircraft to operate here at RAF Lakenheath. The Vickers Wellington bomber, a really good reputation and a record breaker as well. First of all, this actually beat a record. Now in Flintshire, at Broughton, men and women worked tirelessly to build and assemble this. Guess how many hours it took to assemble? Now bearing in mind the world record was 48 hours. The men and women in the Flintshire factory of Vickers actually assembled this in 23 hours and 49 minutes and flew it the next day. That is a world record. Now this is an amazing design by Barnes Wallis. The airframe is called a geodetic airframe. You see, actually, can you see the fence along here, that lattice, shall we call it? This was wrapped along here and along here, and it was amazingly done, absolutely amazing. Julian, you might know this, or one of you guys actually. Was it wrapped in the Irish silk, that skin fabric?
Yeah, it's fabric.
It's fabric, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I only came across that the other day, just like the Hurricane. I think
Back end of the Hurricanes.
Yeah. So being geodetic means that you can sustain a lot of battle damage and actually get this to be fixed up again. And a remarkable aircraft. And you know, it was one of the most, it carried on right throughout the war. They built over 11,400 of these, and there was over 16 variants in total, with ranging from Bristol Hercules. I think Mark II may have had a Rolls-Royce Merlin, I think, in the Mark II. Just trying to think if it had a Rolls-Royce engine in one of them. But the Mark III and 10 had the Bristol Hercules engine in them. A reliable aircraft. Okay, the only downside, okay, actually just quickly, Barnes Wallis designed and made the geodetic airframe. How clever is that? Amazing, isn't it? In fact, the other thing I need to remember again is the high ball. Barnes Wallis designed the high ball for 618 Squadron, which was almost like a bouncing huge round ball, the high ball, to destroy the Tirpitz. But this was the very first aircraft, and max speed of 235 miles an hour with a service ceiling of 18,000, and at the time this was fine. It was £4,500 of payload, and this was the first to operate here with number 20. Eventually other squadrons arrived here. Number 149 went across the road, came here, and were flying these, and then 199 arrived for a next aircraft. But like I said, the only thing about the Wellington is that the Air Ministry did want 4-engine bomber. They wanted something with a bit more power, and actually based here was the short Stirling bomber, although that did have its flaws. Got all 3 propellers on each one now. I glued them back on. It was in for maintenance.
Some came back with none.
True. Yeah, true. I've ordered another one as well, actually, for spare parts. I got another one coming. Yeah, I had a look at that fabric that they wrapped. Very good. Good idea. Oh, I wonder if that's the one that didn't work. So yeah, this could be the one that went back, or at least the pilot has brought another one back. So the F-15E Strike Eagle, as you can see, is a 2-seater. Dual controlled, so pilot and the WISO, that's Weapon Systems Operator, WSO, or nickname WISO. They do all the weapon side of things, getting the lock, using the laser and lantern, getting the lock. The WISO can fly the aircraft from the back, but I guess that'll be if the pilot's not very well, or if on a long haul flight, for example. Oh, here we go. Oi, oi! Oi, oi! That's the Lakenheath crew there, just driving past. Love it. Legends.
That's to do with the 60. Over 2 nines over Scotland.
Really? Oh, nice. Nice, yeah, I like that one. Has it got W3 on that one? W7, that's it. That's the one. Nice, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, 14's close.
Okay, here we go. Oh yeah. How will we see afterburners on this today? The 492nd Fighter Squadron Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers. Here we go, let's ride. No drop tanks, I can't see any. So this could be a just using dry frost. Let's have a look.
They do it.
No, it's just obviously what they obviously free That's what Ricky. 20 years ago, first time I came here.
That was a nice departure. F-16s. Oh. Oi, oi! So that's the F-16s. Lovely sound. Now, although some F-16s do sweep, these ones don't, because they have a General Electric engine and they don't sweep, unfortunately. So these are sweepless. Terrible. Sweepless in Seattle.
We need to put no on our hats.
No sweep.
No sweep. No sweep.
Oh, listen to this.
Come on. Hear all 8 start up. Bring it on. 4 pairs.
You know it is. Beautiful. Oh. Now the 555th. Listen to this. Beautiful. That looks like their crew. Get ready. The 555th Fighter Squadron now. You don't mess with these. You really don't. With so many MiG kills to their name, they're renowned to be the world's largest factory of MiG spare parts. They started their history in 1942 as the 555th Bombardment Squadron, so if you ever find a patch with what looks like a devil in flames holding some bombs, that was the original patch. Started life out using the Martin B-26 Marauder, and of course, like everyone else that came to Britain in 1943 using the RMS Queen Elizabeth, setting sail on the 27th of May, just like the personnel and crew echelon of the 48th came here as well. There's also a special tale here with Operation Bolo, confirming their 7 MiG-21, I think it is, MiG-21 kills. Remarkable. They were just... Point Charlie?
Point Charlie. Yeah. He's pointing at Charlie.
That was funny when you guys were shouting, "Point Charlie!" That was good. It was almost like a lookout post. That was good. And a lot of their kills were using the F4D Phantom, and interestingly, it was with the M6, you know, the beautiful M61 cannon. Beautiful. They absolutely obliterated MiGs during their time in Vietnam. The 8th Tactical Fighter Wing later became known as the Wolf Pack, and the 555th led the first strike against MiG airfields in North Vietnam, and the 555th launched a night bombing attack against North Vietnam on the 29th of September 67. But while at Ubon, the 555th downed additional MiGs, including 4 MiG-21s on January 2nd, 1967 in Operation Bolo, and the unit thus became the only quad-ace fighter squadron to that point with 20 MiGs to its credit. You don't mess with them.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Charlie!
Point Charlie! How many we got? Just the one? It's unusual. Well, not unusual, but usually they come back in pairs. Where this came into the circuit, that's called Point Charlie. Straight into downwind. Beautiful. It wasn't until the 1st of April 1994 that the 555th reactivated, reassigned to the USAFE and NATO and stationed to Aviano Air Base, Italy, absorbing the General Dynamics F-16 Fighting Falcon. It's been there ever since. This is the CM F-16C, M for sort of like midlife upgrades that it's had. And on these, we're hearing the General Electric F-110 GE129 Block 50 for the Block 50, I guess. Amazing 17,155 pounds of drive thrust with 29,500 pounds of thrust. That's amazing. Now, I've always mentioned about the Typhoon having 30% increase in power with the afterburner, but check this out: 3,000 litres an hour the F-16 dry, and then 9,000 with afterburner. 9,000 litres an hour. Oh, oh, oh. increase in power on a single engine. Using the afterburner. Coming back now. Two more on downwind, now in base leg.
F-15? Conflict. I counted them all out and I counted them all back. To tell you how many there were. I can see his face.
Alright, so our F-35's back, so there's been a few startups, and spooling right now that you can hear in the background are the GE F-110s belonging to the F-16 Fighting Falcon. Two ship, here we go. Oh, there's a couple more F-35s in. See the landing gear, the way it retracts on the F-35. It's the back, the rear first, and then the nose. Even the canopy, the way it opens from the front of the canopy, shall we say, opens, should we say outwards? That makes sense. Yeah, the canopy on the hinge is right on the front of the canopy, and it opens outwards, if that makes sense, rather than the traditional rear hinges, shall we say, and it opens backwards. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Salmon smooth landing there now.
There's two squadrons in it. There's the 5 and 5 used to be. There used to be no tennis, wasn't it?
What, on the back?
No, on the back. This is chicken.
Oh, the I Love Chucking?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
I can't,
Did you get it made?
yes. So I asked the person that made the film, a friend of mine, Colin made it. Yeah, Colin family made it. Colin the Chucking.
Believe in chucking. That's what it is. Adverting on TV. Believe in
You know why? Because Keno won't want to van.
Shop's all about chucking. My chucking stuff.
that time I pulled the whole thing out with that black screen.
Yeah.
I pulled the lot out. Guinness flight. That was at Hull Beach yesterday.
Guinness.
Mm.
They came back. That was awesome.
So here comes the F-16s coming out.
Oh, yeah, we're on a taxi. 16s.
Here we go.
Brad. Brad. No, now. Come on.
Flight of 3. So that
Come on,
sounds
hurry
like
up.
they're coming back. It's a flight of 3. That sounds like they're coming back. Unless they're going out to drink some wine. Sun's just right.
There's two.
The 16's calling Guinness, wasn't it?
Oh, he's,
I thought it was the bowler's call sign.
he's stationary behind the hangar there.
I thought that's what I think anyway. I know they've got stout.
Yeah.
Just makes sense of Guinness. Maybe.
This breed.
Yeah. I don't know.
There's a special card on. That's all I want. Get the one with the code, please. There we go. Movement. That was one.
Oh, look at this. Once green. These are the 555th, one of the 2 squadrons that are based at Aviano in Italy. They are United States Air Force in Europe base, so same as Lakenheath's 48th, a part of the 3rd Air Force. HQ is out at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. The other squadron are the 510th, I believe are the Buzzards. Oh, yeah. I do like a F-16 Fighting Falcon. Here they are.
There's another one fighting us forward.
They've got long range tanks in it.
Look at this. It was nice to catch them at Hull Beach yesterday.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, after the show, make sure you watch yesterday's premiere at Hull Beach. Firing the M61 Vulcan cannon, which fires 20mm rounds at a rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. Oh yes. Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Cool. They've got some history, these and the 510th. So for these,
Yes.
So they have, so they do, so they use Guinness then. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
there you go.
Guinness to them,
So
yeah.
it is them. Okay. Wow.
It's like they're going on missions.
Guinness. Tell you what, that's one for the party. It's,
yeah.
Really
Just the
still.
one Mrs. Reddy.
Oh man.
Unrestricted.
Sounds.
Archer.
Is it?
Unrestricted. Archer. Oh, available.
Oh, let's do this. Hopefully it turns. They've been doing some really different ones. They've been doing their unrestricted climb, but rotating and then banking to the right and then going up.
Really?
Yeah, I love that. It's like normally I'm ready to go up and I'm like, oh, where are you going? And on full afterburner as well. It's really cool. Are they declining the? Oh, I wonder why. I wonder what's going on. Oh no! I wonder why they're declining.
12 minutes. Yeah, and you can do them on the last day of the week. Yeah.
Oh, so they're flying tomorrow.
Flying tomorrow.
That's a bit too small.
Oh.
Just said the last day of the week.
Coming back. I do quick one on mine.
I've heard there's 2 squadrons. Yeah, I was going to say, trying to get top sides. Come around.
Too bright, mate. Too big. Yeah, come over.
Duck! That special tail one, that's all I know.
Oh, look, is that one there? That's 6. Yeah. Special 6. Yeah, still not special 5. 2 short. 2 there. So that's 3, 4, 5.
Wild flight coming up.
Point Charlie. So lots of F-16s about to depart. They were going to do unrestricted climbs, but it's been declined. It does need to be cleared. Unfortunately, it'll be a local climb out. You're what's happened? Oh yeah, that's a good one. You need to send that in. It's a good show. Thank you. You're nice. Huh? Any of my Facebook or Instagram, any of those. Yeah, send a little message or I can just download it and put it on. What a shot. There we go, point Charlie. How are we doing, ladies and steady bears? Hope you're enjoying the views of the F-16 Fighting Falcons, and we've got still got our 6 F-15E Strike Eagles out there, which sound like they're coming back now. And now a total of 8 F-16s here. But something's skimming the runway at Mildenhall at the moment. That's huge. Point Charlie. I love that. How many we got? One? We've got the F-15 into downwind, got F-16s here. Oh yeah. Steady bears, don't forget to hit that like button, and of course come join the Ted Coningsby channel by subscribing. Thanks a lot for getting us to 1K likes. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Incredible. What a great week we've had. And be on standby tomorrow. There could be another show tomorrow.
Easter is as well.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Easter.
Is it? Sounds good. Here we go. Two more. Two more to leave the floor. Here we go. Definitely got the Guinness call sign then, which I thought yesterday was a 492nd call sign, but there you go.
They're using 494th call signs.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay. AV, the tail code for Aviano. Oh, we're going to the EOR.
Yeah.
Not going just yet then. Triple nickel.
Behind you. Right behind you. Just turning round. There he is. Right above your head, please.
Here we go, low approach. Well, what a good morning. We've had three different fighters.
Love your head, Nichols.
Cool. Thank you. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, thank you. How you doing? All right.
No hot drinks today, you got cold ones.
Yeah, cold ones today. Mind you, I've been having tea, so it's all
Yeah.
good. You're right, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good, Nico.
Good.
Nice day, innit?
Yeah, it's lovely. Thank you. Catch you in a bit, man. Right, so what else have we got to... More startups in the background, I think it's just here. And thank you, Lady Shens and Teddy Bears, for getting us to 88.4k. That's incredible. That is awesome, thank you. Still what, 4 F-15s out?
They're coming back.
Just arrived this morning, kind of woke me up. Oh yeah, how we doing, ladies and teddy bears? Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, and I hope you're enjoying the show. Nice to get 3 different fighter jets in one place. Thank you. I think we got more just coming now. Hang on. Yeah, a nice 4-ship. 4-ship. Woo! Look at this. Now on this day, April 1986, was the longest combat mission in history of the El Dorado Canyon. Lakenheath's F-111 Aardvarks. 13.5 hours. That was nice, that. Hey man, how you doing? All right. Good, good, good.
Oh, I think my car could roll over where it is. Oh, that's easy. They literally find their cars on the rocks. Come
Love tracking that. That was good. That was good. Beautiful shape, isn't it? Beautiful. Well, there we go. I believe that's everything back.
My lads will be right there, won't they?
So it's only 12 minutes past 10 here in the UK. And it feels like I've been here all day. I think that's everything back now.
Yeah, those 5 gotta come back before they all go out. That's the thing, presumably. 16s.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're all enjoying it. David Hardy, Meth, well done, who's just bought his PDC patch. Oi oi. Jenny B, Karen Glenn, Dave Holloway, Richard, Davey. Well, it's been great, hasn't it? Tony Rivers, how you doing? Hope you're all good and all tuned in and enjoying the show. How are we doing? My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. Wow, well, bit of a fun week, wasn't it? With Monday been sort of okay, and then Tuesday. So we started off at Coningsby, Ted HQ. It was okay, it was good, wasn't it? With the weather being all over the shop a little bit, and bye. And yeah, Tuesday was a write-off. As you know, the weather was absolutely emotional, and Wednesday the weather wind gusting 38 to 40 knots was not easy to even set up, even just a casual walk. Let's get an A400, why not? You don't see them often over here anyway. Yeah, Monday started off at Ted HQ, and then obviously Tuesday couldn't stream in that rain, and Wednesday, as a consolation, I decided to strap everything down, which is just the 2 cameras, and that was hard enough, I'll tell you. The winds, gusting winds yesterday was just real challenge. But nevertheless, I managed to get home, and within 5 hours of all that happening from Holbeach Air Weapons Range, managed to edit it, compress it, and get it to your screens, whether you were watching it on the wobbly jelly dog and bone or your lamb chop. It was really amazing. Managed to get the TED cam and rescue it as well, which was a bit of a challenge as well. But there we go. That's military aviation. You've got to run things with the weather right, and yeah, it was certainly a challenge. But hey, we hung on there, and yeah, bless it, the TED cam did fall down even with weights. The wind was that strong. My hat nearly went on the range. That would have been quite embarrassing, because I probably would have had to wait until the range closed later on, which probably would have delayed that video yesterday. But wow, what a day today as well. Nice to come back. There could be a stream tomorrow, so look out for that. And Sunday we're off to Biggin Hill, just to be there, just to see the Spitfires that are there with their heritage flights. So just something different, because we'll probably end up losing a few days of shows due to the Easter period, such as Easter Monday being a bank holiday. But that's what I had in mind. Yeah, so we'll do that. And it's worked out quite well with the loss of 2 streams this week due to the weather. So there we go. We just work what we can do. I'll get you as much as I can for you to enjoy. So yeah, nothing out the ordinary happening at Biggin Hill. But saying that, Ted is going to be there, so you just never know. In fact, Ted might even do a special ops flight. You never know. So there we go. But yep, ride well. Lady Sheds, Teddy Bears, hope we're all good and feeling well. And although it does feel like a Friday being here, but we are going to have a look at where we're going to be tomorrow. All right, so look out for a little stream, maybe. It's not 100% yet, but I'll have a quick look around. Hiya, you alright?
He watches you all the time.
Yeah, sure, one sec, let me come down and say hello. I need to come down and have a cup of tea anyway. Yeah, that's good. Nothing else coming back now anyway, so it's all good. Leave it there. How you doing, alright?
Good, are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Good, good. Hello, are you alright? Yeah, it's a bike. Yeah, it's alright, isn't it?
Airplanes.
How's it going? Alright, yeah, you good? Good.
Is there much more out today? Or
I don't know.
Don't know.
Could be it, I just don't know.
Well, we was going to come tomorrow, but we didn't know if they'd be on because of bank holiday.
No idea. No.
Or email them.
You emailed
And
them.
they were just like, we can't tell if they are, but they don't usually.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's it. But oh, well, enjoy the day off tomorrow. Yeah.
Big Easter. Yeah. Good Friday tomorrow, right?
Yes. So most kids watch Peppa Pig, but you watch planes
You
all the
watch planes,
time.
don't you? You watch Ted
He
Cottrell,
does.
don't you?
I feel honoured. I've been chosen over Peppa Pig.
Yeah, say hello.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
there's bikes as
You
well.
like bikes as well, don't you?
That is. Can you make a sound of an aircraft?
What does a plane
What does
do?
an F-15 sound like?
Aeroplane, yes.
Oh, nice one.
There'll be some more soon.
Not airplane.
Right. Just the waiting game now. You alright there, mate? How you doing? Alright? Yeah, good, thank you. All good.
I've got my new camera set up from Coningsby. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, you got it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, you got it. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Is it alright? Working out okay?
Yeah.
Good.
Got some really good parts.
Good. That's what it's all about. It is good.
I've been watching your stream this morning since we come up here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been pretty good this morning. It's been very, very good.
I was saying to my mum, like, are we going to make the F-16 today?
Did you make them?
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right then. That's good. That is all good. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And, the weather's got nice now. As the wind's just not like yesterday. Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Come see the bikes. Yeah.
Yeah, enjoy. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're good. Just having a quick cup of tea. I'm going to check the ATIS as well while we're here, just in case that is it for the day. Just got Ted just popping on just for 2 secs. This is I'll dedicate some guards marches to you. And there we go. You're right there, Ted. And Mr. Pete, thank you very much. A high five to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Mr. Pete. Nice one. High five to you. Thank you. And he's our latest recruit to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards march to you. Andrew Farley, who's here, who's been a member for 10 months. Love the streams and all the banter. Thank you very much. Guards march to you. Jenny B, congratulations on reaching your 12-month milestone. Wow, that's awesome. Look at this, 1 year with the TCS. Thanks, Jenny B, for your support. Nice one. Matt Foster, Guards March, 29 months, a membership with the Posh Officers. Morning all, here's to a great Easter weekend for all. Thank you very much for that. Richard, Guards March, thank you for the super chat. Absolutely fantastic coverage by Nikos and Ted, TCS. Oi, oi. Mark Riches, member for 11 months, the most awesome channel and community. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. Guards march to you. Thank you. So yeah, ladies, gents, teddy bears, we're just gonna ride out for a little bit and gonna see what could and what might not. You know, it's just one of those things where I just gotta ride it out and just wait to see what happens. That's typical military aviation. That's the way it is. You just turn up, hope for the best, stay as long as you want, see what happens. That is what it's all about. And like I said, it is military activities. Nothing is publicised due to the nature of what it is. All you got to do is just turn up and hope for the best and have fun, enjoy. That's what it's all about. But welcome to RAF Lakenheath, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome and welcome. Cup of tea, it's on, I think.
Bye.
You up, buddy? Is there? Nice. How you doing? All right? You good?
I'm the one who made you the picture and I got the patch.
Yes.
Did you write the letter?
You did. I've still got it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's still at home. Yeah.
I got my head.
Yeah. How you doing? All right?
Yeah.
You good? That's awesome, isn't it? You've been well. I haven't seen you in a while. You guys all right?
Yeah. My sister said it's
First time.
Yeah.
Loving it.
Oh, nice.
She didn't even need her headphones on my
Where's that F-15 going? Oh, just like that. It was an F-15.
What's coming?
Yeah. The red king's somewhere, darling.
Oh, there we go.
There
Oh,
is great.
in the words of Jimmy Cricket, there's more.
There
it is.
Good boy. I don't think, Nikos hasn't found it in there.
F-15s.
Nice.
The 35 come back.
F-15s.
Yeah, everything's come back apart from the F-16s.
Oh, there's going to be something. I'm going to take yours for like,
So let's have a look. Are these the Panthers? If it is, we've got another squadron.
Aeroplanes, darling.
Yep, there's more. No, I looked away there for a second. What colour we got on here? Red. There we go. Panthers. And let me just go and grab something. Oh yeah. It's funny, isn't it? I love that. Take care. Bye now. So, just a quick, my lady Shen said about it. Just apologies for the date I got wrong there. Sorry, it was the 15th of April 1986 for the El Dorado Canyon mission, and it was on the evening actually of the 14th of April 1986 for the El Dorado Canyon, the 13-hour round-trip flight of 6,400 miles, the longest fighter combat mission in history. The Air Force needed an aircraft with range, firepower to carry out the raid, and it was the 48 fighter wings F-111 Aardvark equipped with the powerful Pratt & Whitney TF-30 P100 turbofan engines and an innovative new paved TAC bombing system. Was deemed to be the only aircraft in the US inventory capable of completing that long-range attack, and that was all due to flight restrictions. EF-111 Sparkmarks also departed from Upper Hayford as well to assist. I believe it was 24 F-111 Aardvarks from Lakenheath with various squadrons taking part in that. And with the arrival of the F-111, it made way in 1977 for the four squadrons to reunite, as 1944, the 495th became inactive on the 1st of April with the separation of the organisation of the groups, having 3 squadrons per fighter group, which allowed a bit of movement for the 495th fighter squadron, who moved with the 407th fighter group, or fighter bomb group as it was known, and they were inactive for a good 33 years. The 494th. They came back though, and all 4 squadrons reunited, but this only lasted until 1991, when the 495th became inactive once more, known as the Thunderbarks then, the 495th. The beautiful F-111 Aardvark. Almost ended up at Coningsby as well, with initial orders. I always imagined it to have 2 stabilisers, but as you can see, it only has the 1. Swept as the swing wing as well, and an excellent aircraft. And was here until 92 was the last one. I think it was in December 92 the last of these left, while in 92 of course F-15E Strike Eagles started to arrive, the new inventory for the fighter wing. Hi Andrew. Yeah, man. And there we go, beautiful. And Davey's probably quite close to the screen right now. It's one of Davey's, I believe it's Dave, could be Davey's favourite. I'm not sure if it is, but it's one of. But yeah, a great aircraft. It served well from 77 to 1991, or at least right up until the retirement in 92 with the 48th. Now during that time, between that time, in fact since 1956, the 48th were actually called the Tactical Fighter Wing. They only got wing status in 1952, by the way. And they arrived here the same year as the Beatles were formed, in 1960, arriving at Lakenheath with 3 of their squadrons and the F-100D Super Sabre, another aircraft I need to purchase so I can show you all about it. During the El Dorado Canyon raid as well, just like to say that there was something amazing. The Navy Meritorious Unit Commendation was awarded. It's the, I believe, the 494th. I might be wrong. I hope I've got that right. The 494th. And that was for their brave efforts, and also remembering Karma 5-2, who sadly both airmen lost their lives in the raid. Dr. Soda, how you doing? Anonymous, Alex Raven, Margot, Stephen Norris, oi oi. 1CAG, how you doing? David Robinson. It was quite a remarkable raid as well. Mildenhall assisted with the tankers, and they had to be very, very close and stay close to the tankers during the raid, as to not spook the Libyans over for the raid. Of course, if you looked on your radar and saw 24 F-111 aardvarks with and some others. Of course, the Navy were part of it as well with their F-14 Tomcats and other aircraft. I think they had A7s, I think. I'd like to say an A7. There was something extra that the definitely the A14 Tomcat. A6, that was it. Sorry, not A7, A6 Intruder. That's what I was thinking. And EF-111A Ravens of the 20th Tactical Fighter Wing from RAF Upper Hayford as well. The 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, they had 24. Margot, oi oi to you. Oi oi, 1CAG, how you doing? Dr. Soda, Davey, Roblox, Home Awares, we're all on it. Muzz Mason, how you doing? Oi oi. So the 494th Fighter Squadron. So far, this isn't the definitive figure, so far the 494th, of what I could find, have flown 14 different aircraft in their time. So I've had a nice look at that. And although with 8 confirmed aerial victories during World War II in their P-47D Thunderbolts, they do, however, with the 335th, have around 70 aerial victories, taking down drones. I mean, this is the times that we live in, the future that we live in with the drones. Not the DJI ones, not those types, but they have taken down over 70, I believe. And I don't know how that stands with the actual aerial combat victories. Maybe not. But it's also an interesting one, you know, the times. But I suppose it is aerial. They were airborne. I guess it counts. Captain A, oi oi to you. Nice one, that sounds good, that. Let's whack on the emojis. Good shout. There we go. How you doing? All right? You all right? Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, they love doing that. Okay, mate. No worries. Reds, Teddy Bears. Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Live here at RAF Lakenheath. Hope we're all good. And for those on their Easter breaks, hope you're all having a good time. Have a great weekend as well. Like I said, we could be somewhere tomorrow. Not definite, but we could. Stand by. And of course, we're at Biggin Hill on Sunday. Looking forward to that. Some heritage aircraft. But that though will rely on the weather the night before, so I'll need to check the weather for. It's not necessarily the rain; it's more of the wind when it comes to heritage aircraft like that. Michael Woodbridge, thanks Ellen for the well-needed sweeps. Yeah, absolutely. Darren Hobson, oi to you, hope you're well. Bus Mason, bringing back memories of Biggin Hill. How you doing? Michael Joseph, how you doing? Hope you're good. Anonymous, excellent. John Minter, I'm hoping so, yes. Should be getting you a show there. J.K. H2000, absolutely. Yesterday was horrendous wind. It was, wow, it was bad. It was pretty bad. So there we go, there's our answer. We do have more departures. Oh, nice. Here we go. There, it used to be on the other side, literally opposite. But we can see there. Rapcon, how you doing? Radar approach control. not only manage Lakenheath but also RAF Building Noise. RAF Building Noise is a 24-hour base. When we look around, there's loads here, even the village itself of Lakenheath, and it's, you know, it's got quite a lot written as well. If you have a look, even like I said, just the village alone has a substantial history. Even the village sign has a Wellington over it as well. It's fascinating, it really is. It's got a lot of history here, even the base as well.
Okay, no, I don't mind. Yeah, we're already there anyway, so what's the point? It's just we can see it fine.
So yeah, where the original tower used to be just over this side, by the trees over there, the original tower. You know, going back, the history goes back to way into the Neolithic times as well. Here on this very area, this very place and base, we're talking about 8,000 year history of a natural spa that was here. So a spring, when you've got a natural spring here, that's a water supply, and water supply means survival, and it's got so much history here, and people have been here. The dates that I could find was 8,000 BC, I think, or 8,000 years ago, shall I say. So with that in mind, even, you know, it's served well, because of course, you know, you need water as a supply if you're going to settle here, and the whole region round here does thrive in history of Anglo-Saxon period as well, and also moving on to the Norman period and so on and so on, and they all had an impact. Even the village of Lakenheath and Ayr as well, and surrounding villages all played their major part in the evolution of not only the base but the place as well. It's been quite a fascinating story. Like I said, you know, in that vicinity over there where the old tower used to be, you know, 8,000 years ago, there was a spring where people can get their water supply from. Again, that adds to the history. And as I mentioned as well, you know, with the medieval period as well, the medieval time period of 5th and 6th centuries, again, it was thriving here. When you approach Lakenheath, you'll see signs for Anglo-Saxon settlements and villages that you can go and have a look at as well. Even the very aircraft viewing area has a sign that even says that, you know, we are on you know, medieval earthworks or in the surrounding earthwork moat. And I can see signs of sort of evidence, especially over in that field there, and there's almost remnants of a burial that used to be here. You've got grade 2 listed pillboxes on the base as well. They, of course, they date back to, you know, World War II as well. It's amazing. The history here is thriving, and like I said, you've got that water supply there. You've got the Anglo-Saxon period as well, and this came about literally from 1959 because there was evidence of it here. There was the villages and surrounding, and what's fascinating for me is how it all links together. Even the military side of it dates back to the 5th, 6th century, and you're probably thinking, okay, of course, aviation is a new thing if you think about it. It's a 20th century thing, and, you know, we got naval battles dating back, you know, a long time ago, you know, way, you know, and then you got God knows how, you know, how long actually war has been done on foot on the land. It must be going on since the creation of the very first argument, shall we say, and so on and so on. But But there we go. But yeah, it's amazing because 1959, the very lady that founded Mildenhall Museum did some excavations here on the base, and she discovered some burials. There were what's called bell barrows. Have a look at them if you want to go into that side of things. But bell barrows, there were different types of burials. You had long barrows, bell barrows, pond barrows, and disc barrows. There were loads of different beliefs and styles, and quite traditionally when I talk about history is always aircraft, so that's a good thing. That's probably why I do it. We've got F-15s taxiing now, and what I'll do, I'll give you a bit of the history as we sweep on. But 1959, Lady Briscoe did do some excavations here, and it wasn't until sort of 40 years later, from 1997, and like I've always said, in this direction actually of the catwalk, if you go over those trees where the main gate is, as you drive down the A1065, you'll notice new-ish buildings. They're not new now, they're sort of early 2000s when they were built, but the groundworks allowed for more research and excavations to finding more graves. In fact, there's a baseball stadium just over there, and because they had the groundworks doing, it was a good time to do excavations, and they found a total in that excavation, a total of 427 graves. 6 men with swords, 2 with horses, 3 minstrels, that's men buried with liras, 1 man buried with a quiver of arrows, and there were 96 females, and various beads and glass beads and arrowheads and weapons and stuff like that. So it's got a combat history since then, and like I've always mentioned, and you know, one of the finds was the Lakenheath warrior, a man buried 5'10", dating back 5th, 6th century, with sword, shield, his horse, jewellery, offerings, that kind of thing, and they named him the Lakenheath warrior. And you can actually go and see this at the Mildenhall Museum in the town of Mildenhall, so go and check it out. Hey, how you doing? All right, man? How's it going? Okay? Okay. Ali Leyland, oi oi to you. Hope you're well. Hope you're good. How's everyone doing? Spanner Flight, thanks for keeping the chat sweet and neat. Ted Coningsby in the official viewing area. Not much parking at the moment, even the overflow run up to the viewing enclosure. So it's packed.
I think I might know why it's packed. Probably the 16s that way.
Could be. Ladies and steady pace. Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. more. F-15E Strike Eagles, these are the 494th Fighter Squadron, the Panthers bleed red. Matt Crossan, oi to you, how you doing? Pleasure to see you on here. Hope you're good, man. Thanks for your support, Matt. DR, Viking, Spitfire, Remco De Vray, Davey, Muzz Mason. How are we all doing? Gucci Man. Hope we're well. And still got a few out there. And of course, still got the F-16s. But yeah, ladies, gents, teddy bears, when the so we spoke about the findings, and you can see the Lakenheath Warrior with this horse as he was found at Mildenhall Museum. Do check it out, it's amazing, you'll love it there. And there is an aircraft theme in there as well, being Mildenhall, of course. And as mentioned, as time moves on, we've also got the Normans came here as well, and they brought with them food, and yes, they brought with them rabbits, and that changed sort of like this whole area, because obviously rabbits, well, they seem to multiply the next day and next day. In fact, after a while, when we start to get into the 18th century, we have a number of things that kind of changed the sort of moulding of Lakenheath, so to speak, because this was a lake. This was called Lakenheath Warren. You've also got Eriswell Lodge, you've got Lakenheath Lodge, and yeah, there was a lot of gamekeeping and hat making companies. In fact, they were using the rabbit felt. Sorry, people that love rabbits or animals, but they were using rabbit felt. But to bond them would be using mercury. Now, it's quite funny-ish, sort of, to link the saying "Mad as a Hatter." We've got a squadron called the Mad Hatters with hat making and their tradition of wearing headgear, because not far away from me, either Thetford or Brandon or somewhere nearby here, had a hat shop. And of course, what happens when well, so they binded it with mercury, right, the rabbit felt. But the thing is, mercury is not that great for you once it goes into your bloodstream, which it will do from wearing it, and that sends people mad as a hatter, hence the saying "mad as a hatter." So that saying is actually quite local to here, so it's quite fitting that we have the Mad Hatters and the aka the bowlers here. So that, again, changing the course. The Normans brought the rabbits, this was now Lakenheath Warren. Again, amazing. Now, during World War One, there was also, I've been finding some new info that there was actually World War One, or shall we say early RFC airfields training the US Army here. So in the interest of that, it was also used as a bombing range around here. There is an old firing range down towards sort of Barton Mills roundabout, that round there as well. So there is quite a massive link with that. And of course, in 1918, the RAF became independent, and that was on the 1st of April. 1934, the you know, Lakenheath wasn't built as a base yet at all, but in 1934, the RAF Mildenhall was built on the 16th of October 1934 with the Handley Page Hayford bombers there, and of course the Mac Robertson race as well, which I'd love to see. Again, that type of thing, an air race from Mildenhall to Melbourne, amazing. In 72 hours, the DH-88 Comet Grosvenor House, which is still flying today. How amazing is that? And that can be seen at Shuttleworth, Old Warden. Also being built 2 years after Mildenhall was RAF Feltwell, just behind me, about 5.5 miles away, the backwards crow flies. Started operating in 1937 with the Handley Page Harrow and eventually the Wellington Bomber. 5 Group in September formed at Mildenhall, then moved a month later, October. I know, they were only there for a month. And they moved to Lincolnshire, Grantham, St Vincent's Hall, and number 5 Group, well, they managed Coningsby and Metheringham, those kind of, and Waddington as well. How amazing. 2 years later, in 1939, the village of Lakenheath again an impact on the community. As I've always said, it's a people's war, World War II. They raised money for a Spitfire, the village of Lakenheath, and they raised nearly £9,000 of that time. And for a Spitfire, it was around sort of £10,000 to £12,000, I think it was, to the cost of an actual Spitfire. But I think £9,000 was pretty much there, and it wasn't just subject to just Lakenheath village doing that. It was quite it was a known thing. Here we go, 2 more to leave the floor. Here we go, send it. Lakenheath got two bases, but nothing here just yet for Lakenheath. Really cool for me, if you don't know what one is, a decoy airfield. That's what Lakenheath was, sort of just before it became operational. So a decoy airfield, can you imagine that? Fake runway. It was selected. There were 2 types of decoy airfields. There was a K site and a Q site, and it was made to look and mimic a active airfield. And the cool thing is, the really interesting thing is, you do need to have your how you doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? You do need to have the locals on board as well. You need them to work together, especially if you've got surrounding villages. It could be quite dangerous if you think about it. You could be exposing the local villages to more dangers. So what the design concept is, this vicinity was actually a fake Mildenhall. So okay, Mildenhall at that time in 1940 were operating the Vickers Wellington. So the village just over there of Eriswell, they provided the wood, the plywood to build fake Wellington bombers. That's pretty cool in my eyes. Fake hangars. This was a Q site, so it was a nighttime operation. So you would have had an airman rigging up the lights, making it look like an active airfield. So when the Luftwaffe came here during World War II to bomb what they thought was Mildenhall, they did. In fact, they bombed here five times. I found 5 strikes. So in a way, that saved the real Mildenhall 5 times. and I'm really excited to look into more of that in October for you, where I'm going to go to an Operation Starfish site, which was a decoy village or a city or a town. How amazing is that? And I cannot wait, because that required a film crew to run all the electrics and to have all the cinematic lighting effects, all that. Even there was even a case of controlled explosions on real bases as well. So this is just an example. I'm not saying Mildenhall did it, but especially during Operation Starfish as well, they did actually detonate controlled detonations to make the World War II Germany think, oh, we got the target, we hit it, when they probably missed. So isn't that cool to use tactics like that? I think that's quite I think that's amazing. So when I say local village or surrounding towns, etc., you know, it would need them to turn their lights off at night, perhaps, they were told to use tissue in their torches if they were going to be using them to get out at night, you know, if they were, you know, and if people were lucky enough to have vehicles to to dim the lights. I mean, how dangerous is that? I'll probably recommend not to drive at all, but there we go. And cyclists would use red lights as well, so as to not to blind them. There was a lot involved. In fact, even, which we'll talk about, even right up to the closure. In fact, the locals would walk across the airfield once the base was closed, and to be prepared for its next venture. But eventually a decision was made to turn Lakenheath into an active running airfield. In fact, it was going to be managed by RAF Mildenhall, and it's kind of interesting because today Mildenhall is managed by, as in the airspace, as in the RAPCon, who are at Lakenheath Tower. They actually manage both Lakenheath and Mildenhall as well, because Mildenhall is 24 hours, and it would make sense. And luckily they didn't make Lakenheath's runways the same as Mildenhall. Can you imagine that? 2 runways the same. In fact, I don't know what runway numbers were at Feltwell. That'd be quite interesting to see as well. So about 550 miles north from here, all the way at RAF Lossiemouth, was number 20 operational training unit, and they were flying the world record breaking Barnes Wallis designed geodetic airframed Vickers Wellington bomber. And I'll explain the very first aircraft that was operating here. That's right, the Vickers Wellington, ladies, gents, teddy bears. But just a quick one about 20 operational training unit. Now, operational training units are like 29 Squadron or 207 Squadron or 24 Squadron. If you don't know what they do, they're an operational conversion unit. They train airmen on a particular aircraft. Now, this might sound like a lot of fun, but it was actually the most dangerous thing ever. In fact, if I told you, and you may recognise the number, 55,573 airmen lost in bomber command, well, you'd be staggered to find out, and shocked, that 10% were lost in training. That's over 5,000 men lost in training. Why? You got to remember, the aircraft operating then, that was the most advanced technology they had then, or at least so be it, that's what they had. You're talking about you're in the thick of the war, you are going to go straight into the battlefield. There's all sorts of, in fact, the average age 19 and 20. I mean, anyone on here 19 and 21? Imagine just going into a bomber right now, a Navigator in a Wellington. If you've not ever experienced that, then I've been in a Lancaster, I've been in a B-17, and I can tell you it's your mind starts playing tricks, probably because I've not been tuned in. And what I mean by that is those that are veterans or those that are serving would know exactly what I mean. Never served, but from my understanding is that you have to be channeled in, you need to be programmed, shall we say, to get into that mindset. And these young men, brave men, probably just making up their age. This was a true story, and just going into committing themselves to becoming various roles in on a type of aircraft. Now, number 20 operational training unit, like I said, they were training the airmen on a Vickers Wellington bomber, and from what I've read, due to its strategic location, they were actually starting to use it more and more for dropping the sort of mines in the sea, gardening, as they called it. If you ever see a bomber with the little parachute in a little box, that's called gardening. It's dropping the mine laying in the sea, so to really make it quite a inconvenience for the German fleet at the time. So they were using it quite quite a bit, so training had to be kind of relieved a little bit, so, but that's not very good, so they came here. So number 20 operational training unit came all the way from RAF Lakenheath and began to operate the, which I'll show you, the very first aircraft. You may know it already, the Vickers Wellington bomber. Here it is, ladies, gents and teddy bears. A beautiful aircraft and a world record breaking aircraft as well. Now you can see the fence there, like I said, it's called the geodetic airframe, and there's evident of that. This is supposed to be glass here, and you can see it was designed that way to be lightweight, to take a lot of battle damage, especially when it was wrapped in Irish cloth as well. I believe it was Irish linen at the time. I may be wrong on that, but it was certainly done so, and any battle damage could be easily repaired. Now Vickers Wellington, the Barnes Wallis, it was his idea, his amazing skills developed this, quite innovative, and it could be easily fixed, or shall we say a lot easier, if it sustained battle damage. And of course, if you're going into combat, well, you are probably going to come back with some form of bullet holes and battle damage from there. Now, let's talk a little bit about the world record breaking. In Flintshire, men and women actually assembled this. Their mission was to beat the world record at 48 hours. That was in America, to assemble a bomber. They assembled this in just 23 hours and 49 minutes and got it flying 24 hours later. They got it flying the next day. Amazing. And that is just, you know, true testament to the men and the women working tirelessly to get that done. In fact, they were making these at a rate of 28 a week. That's very, very, you know, phenomenal. Now, it was a twin engine bomber, and it was kind of phasing out the sort of like the Handley Page large biplane style, the Hayford bombers, that kind of thing. Due to the monoplane design, it was a lot more reliable, and it could take a lot more bombs, that kind of thing. So this came in as a twin engine bomber alongside the Handley Page Hamden. You got the Bristol Blenheim as well, although this had a little bit more power. It was you know, it was made throughout the war and carried out sorties throughout the war, the Vickers Wellington, and powered by its two Bristol Pegasus Mark 18 radio engines producing 1,050 horsepower, and it can take 4,500 pounds of bombs. That's 2,000 kilos with a range of 2,500 miles, with a service ceiling of around 18,000 feet, which was quite good. Marks 3 and 10 onwards, I think, had the Bristol Hercules engines on those, but on the earlier marks, such as the Mark 1, started life off with the Pegasus. So the Hercules was quite a punchy engine with that, which kind of gave it a bit more power. A lot more power actually, which was quite successful. It was a good bomber. It had a great reputation. Like I said, 11,400 plus were made, with 16 variants throughout its career. So it did really well, in my opinion. Didn't really have any issues, and yeah, it did pretty good here. And that was with number 20 operational training unit. So pretty cool, huh? So that was the first to operate here, the Vickers Wellington bomber. So a year later, so where are we, 1941 shall we say, that's when they arrived. In 1943 Lakenheath actually became independent, and you know, the Air Ministry did put in earlier in around 1941 to put in a design for a 4-engine bomber. This did arrive. In fact, the first 4-engine bomber wasn't the Lancaster. Serving over there was the Short Stirling bomber with 199 Squadron, and they came here as well. So you had two squadrons operating the Short Stirling bomber, which was the Royal Air Force's first 4-engine bomber. So I give you the Short Stirling bomber. Look at this, how about that? Look at that, beautiful. Now this did have a bit of an issue, a bit unfair, but this is the first 4-engine bomber arrived here, and like I said, by this time Lakenheath became independent. It was not a satellite station to RAF Mildenhall anymore. This is what we had. Now, if I get the Wellington as well, if I just show you the size difference, these are to scale. It's you know, the wingspan almost the same, but the length, dearie me, you can take a few more hundreds of pounds of salmon in that one. And that's the whole point. It was the first heavy 4-engine bomber of the Royal Air Force. However, it had a bit of an issue. Let's explain. Let's just put the Wellington down. Nice to get my engines back on here. So there we go. So this was there was a bit of a problem with the short Sterling bomber, and you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, it's quite long. What's going on there? Well, that was the problem. Fully loaded, fully fueled. Now, if you remember, our good old Wellington, our very reliable Wellington, had a bomb load of 4,500 pounds, right? Well, the short Sterling bomber, which had a great ammo with 8 guns, it's 303, but it could take up to 14,000 pounds. That's £9,500 more. But the problem was the length and the wingspan. Now you probably think, why didn't they make the wingspan longer? Well, they tried. They wanted it about 125 feet wider on the wingspan. Why? Well, you're going to need lift if you've got a heavy bomber like this. It did have the power, just the lift, it was struggling when fully loaded and fully fueled. Now, this did have the Bristol Hercules Mark 11. They were 14-cylinder air-cooled, 1,500 horsepower, so that's substantial compared to our small Pegasus engines. But the Wellingtons ended up having the Bristol Hercules, but the problem was the Air Ministry said no to the Short brothers for having the extra wingspan. It's got the same wingspan as the Avro Lancaster or thereabouts. Why? Because the hangars that the Royal Air Force had could only accommodate aircraft with a maximum width wingspan of 102 feet, and they said no. So if you imagine, this was meant to have a wingspan up to here, so probably the wing area would have been a lot larger and given it greater lift, but unfortunately this wasn't the case. So raids from Lakenheath included raids into Cologne, Italian cities, taking out Fiat plants and that kind of thing. So it was, it did serve well, but like I said, its only problem was its service ceiling was just right. You ready for this? They're about 16,000 feet, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. It was a bit shocking, really, if you think about it. And it struggled, but then don't worry. Then came the Lancaster, which kind of solved all the problems. And 149 Squadron are quite famous for this as well. And here at Lakenheath, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, in 1942, in fact on the 28th of November 1942, a heroic act. Ron Middleton, VC, was the captain of a short Sterling bomber, Bravo Foxtrot 372, detailed to bomb the Fiat aircraft works in Turin. Now, it was his 29th combat sortie. He was just one short of the 30 required for completion of a tour, which was a mandatory rotation off combat operations, which would have been amazing for Ron Middleton, who was an Australian. And Middleton and his crew arrived in Turin after a difficult flight over the Alps. Now, due to the low combat ceiling of the fully bombed up and fully fueled Sterling, it was under threat already. Now, Middleton got himself over the target to bomb the Fiat works, but I've not come across this, and I'm sure there's more stories. I'm sure there are more stories like this, right? There's got, but I've not come across this one. Someone determined to put their life at risk. Now, it was staggering. Check this out. So, because of the bad weather, don't forget, they're getting flak, they're getting all sorts hit by them, and he actually made three low-level passes. It's brave enough, just trying to, fly into combat is brave enough to try and do that. But because he struggled to get the target because of the bad weather, they were coming under fire. Our 26-year-old Ron, 26 by the way, Ron Middleton made 3 low-level passes until he got hit by anti-aircraft fire. Flak smashed into the cockpit. That perspex just smashed, obliterated into thousands of pieces, and bit of flak. If you're a bit queasy, turn it off. Flak smashed right into his right eye socket and took his eye out, and bits of skull was hanging out. He had shrapnel in his arms, legs, all over the place, and his co-pilot was also injured, and he became unconscious. The Sterling went into a dive, but he managed to come round and try to get the aircraft to attack that Fiat weapons plant, and he did. He did actually do it after 3 attempts, losing his eye and losing a lot of blood. The next mission for the next part of the sortie now was to get home, and he promised his men he was going to get them home, but problems arose when they came under more anti-aircraft fire over France. They were shot at again, and he managed to level it off. Now, just off the English coast, just off the French coast, he had only 5 minutes of fuel left. He said he was going to get his men home, but he made a really amazing and heroic decision. So there's, I'm heading towards you, your land, right? You're the English countryside, and he had probably a few seconds left to make this decision. But he was worried that if he did carry on, the plane would just crash into civilians. So what he did, he actually levelled with the English coastline. He levelled it off and told his men to bail out. He said, I'm going to get you home. So the 3 men bailed out, and they got to the coast safely. The last 2 jumped out and bailed out as well, but sadly they were lost. And Ron's aircraft ran out of fuel. He probably knew he was going to die, and it just went into the sea, and it took a couple of days for his body to be found, but he saved 3 of the airmen's lives and potentially more civilians as well. He was awarded the Victoria Cross for that, and this happened from here at RAF Lakenheath. Ron Middleton, ladies, gents, teddy bears, for the Victoria Cross, and for that bravery and valour. Amazing these stories, but I've never heard of an airman, a bomber, trying to do 3, even under attack. I mean, how brave is that to even think, no, I'm going to do it? There were some that would, that's the press on, isn't it? That's the press on, it just fascinates me, these stories. And, what's interesting that it took, this took place departing from this very airfield. In 1944, there were supply drops to the resistance by 149 Squadron as well, with the short Sterling bomber. Bomber Command Signal School were here as well in 1945. And finally, towards the sort of mid-1945, it was selected, Lakenheath was selected to become a VHB station. Very heavy bomber station to accommodate the B-29s. And that happened between 45 and 47. So all these perimeter fences, we've got fences here, right? I get it. There needs to be. However, they didn't have them then with all that construction, because the B-29 needed a very heavy, a solid runway, a hardened runway, and it was Lakenheath, Marham and Sculthorpe that were chosen to host the B-29, and that happened. Marham had the 2nd Bombardment Group, the 307th, who came here to become the first sort of groups of the United States Air Force. Now, I'll just let's have a little look around, because in 1948 the United States Air Force did arrive. In fact, it was the 7504th Base Completion Unit who arrived here, who became, they were elevated to an airbase group in 1950. Now, here at Lakenheath, we had B-50s, B-47 Stratojets during Strategic Air Command. Now, when I just remembered I've got to show you something. Oh yeah, check this out. I've managed to get, are you ready for this? I've managed to get, you're going to love this, World War II, I think it is. Oh yes, here we go, ladies, gents, teddy bears, check this out, just for you. Check this out. Look at this, a cap badge. US, oh, look at this. a cat badge from World War II. Look, I think it's World War II. Believe it. Look at that. Isn't that just amazing? Right, managed to get that exclusively on the show for you. And I've got to show you something else. Right. Now, Strategic Air Command. That was derived for the readiness and guardian during the Cold War. Well, check this out. People will say, Nicholas, have you got a Strategic Air Command badge? Do you know what? Yes, I have. Look at this. Oh, isn't that just the coolest thing? Look at that. Rare as the golden salmon that wore the fleece. Look at it. Strategic Air Command. Oh yes. And it was here. Look at this. Beautiful. Tell you what else I've got. I managed to get exclusively for all of you on the show to see that. Managed to get some rank badges as well. Check these out. Again, US Air Force. Have a guess.
Yeah.
For those that know.
You can start lessons.
You can do it whenever you want.
Sorry, Dave. You can start lessons whenever you want. But then
Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Nicholas, will you know if this E-17 is going to go up today?
I don't know, sorry.
Is anything else going to go up today?
I don't know, sorry, I don't. Okay, check this out. I've got a little game for you. Have a look at this. Right, okay, so for those that know the US Air Force, I need you to guess the rank. Look at these rank badges I've got here. Oh, yeah, so for those that know, I want to have a little guess. Can you tell me the rank of these two? So we've got two different ones there. Yeah, like I said, there's two different ones. The top one and the bottom one are slightly different. Yeah, we'll call the top one and the bottom one, right? Keep it simple, right? Have a little guess, come on. White Wizard, what do you reckon, man?
That's what I would do.
Yeah, have a little go. Have a little go. Guess the rank slides, or the rank slide back, the rank badges.
Literally.
Cool, isn't it? Hey?
Get them gone in style. Get them gone in style. I look at like the German chains on it, like spin around. Yeah, there's a German tank where it's
Leopard 2?
yeah, where it has the chains that spin around. Get that, and then I'll see
Sounds like I can hear more aircraft down there. Sounds like F-35s to me.
I've got the Hornet, the carrier.
F-18 on it.
Yeah, where it's a pickup carrier, and it says
HMS USS
US,
General.
yeah, USAF. Where one of those like Hornets in the sky, and it says I have a poster.
Yeah, so you got the Chief Master Sergeant and First Chief
It's a howitzer.
Master Sergeant. Let me just double check.
One beard, one bag.
Loads of you guessing. Loving it. Well done.
I took it down. I took it down. I don't really know. Especially because the longer I keep it, the more expensive.
Keep it for a year, put it
Oh, look, you get my own one. That's really fun.
Oh, I hope you enjoyed that little game.
No, you can't. They have to be out so it's the arm.
I can get vampire then.
They have to be dirty.
That's vampire, all the vampire. all the
You have to,
remaining
read the
Let me just check something. Is that a star or a diamond in there? Oh, diamond, right, okay, so cool. So let's have a look. The top one then. So the top one without that little dot, for those that wanted to guess, the top one without the dot was Chief Master Sergeant, and the second one, the one below, was First Chief Master Sergeant. Cool.
I would love it.
But I think they're going to.
I think I'll probably go and like even just to start.
White Wizard, thanks for that. I was just having a little look there. First time I actually had a proper look at them.
Didn't see the Titan. I did see Moggy, but I didn't see the
So yeah, what do you think of that? That's pretty cool. But my favourite.
Last
Oh, nice. Well, thanks for that, White Wizard. Thank you. But yeah, my this one is you know, due to what I do, this is pretty cool, man. I'm loving this. I love that. I'm just trying to figure out a little bit more a date on it. I believe it could possibly be US Army Air Force. I'm going to have a bit more investigation, but I'm loving it. It is absolutely awesome, isn't it? Look at this, live on the show. This beauty. And that nice cat with the screw bezel on the back. Nice. Isn't that just wicked? Love it, love it, love it. Thanks, White Wizard, for that, mate. Learning this is going to be something new for me. That is quite an extensive way of learning. Quite an extensive range of ranks, and that's new to me, so it's something I will be having a look at. But thanks, White Wizard, appreciate all your input on that, with that, because it's something that it's not really something that I, you know, go into too much detail with the ranks, but I loved it. When I came across them, I was like, oh yes please. So building up my collection for TED HQ Museum one day in the future, right? We could do a TED HQ Heritage Centre. What do you reckon? That would be quite good.
It sounded like the Aviano volcano.
Oh, they're not stopping from smelling and sticking his nose in. Oh, no, what's up, Milton for quite a few years.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm just going to go and have a quick cup of tea. Be right back.
Gears stuck.
Front gear, front landing gear.
What, didn't it come down?
No, they come up.
So the rear two did.
Yeah. And it had to just keep doing the same thing over and over. Like,
That won't do, no. Just put the other bits of the landing gear down, then land.
But it was due out. It was on a tight schedule. It needed to. It was on a really tight schedule. I believe it's going to do a flyby.
I don't. You don't know, sorry. No idea. Do my bit. Yeah, it's good fun. Yeah.
So how many flights has Ted been
I don't know.
He's got 19 hours. Yes, 19 hours of flight time.
It did go to this place because
Yeah, he's flown 3 times here, F-15 and 2 different F-35. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's great. Yeah, he's been on quite a nice bit of aircraft. Our favourite one is one going to charity, Typhoon 2023. We raised £15,000 for military charity called Head Up. Yeah, all because the display pilot. was
golf
taking
and
him
that
to
did one
different
of the
places,
final
which is
flights.
great. Like a passive way to raise money.
How was it?
Yeah, yeah, great.
Oh, that plain white
Do,
one.
yeah, try and
Oh,
try and
yeah.
remember all the stuff as well to go with it.
When we looked, it would look like plain white. But it was.
I think yes, but I think it's
I mean, I saw
people's favourites
humans
as well. One
kind of
is
like-
I've got to make sure it's added in.
And then obviously
Coningsby, yeah, it's
Oh,
Did we see the beam
that's
out?
more sentimental. I love that, but it's good. It's got good.
No, that was one
Good man, anytime, no worries. But yeah,
I drove
sadly,
2
we
hours
don't
to
really
see the
have
views.
any info other than just
Although I could have just. No, I could have just went to Duxford, but I decided I wanted to go up to
I get that, though. I think it has to be
not Lost now.
rather than go, you can't do here.
Yeah, it was what happened. Yeah.
No, but to be honest, the view up there is
Neck
great.
us alone.
I'm quite happy with it. Yeah, I'm just chuffed with it. And I've always liked to interact, as if I was in now, I'd be able to talk to you guys. So I like the
16 should be
interaction.
on the way
It's
now.
quite fun.
I've seen you loads.
I can hear something.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's it.
Very
I
big.
don't even have radio. Mind you, I listen to everyone else's. But,
Yeah.
People, even if they don't know much about it, can tune into you.
Yeah, I can hear something.
keep it in a fun way, yeah. Absolutely.
5 hours
Building
Have a good day.
Yeah, yeah, hopefully.
just the beast has been woken up.
It's a 4-1 out today. I haven't gone back to it. I know they've refused.
Don't come into this.
Sounds like 15 to 35.
It'll, yeah.
It'd be nice if I saw them 26 F-35.
Send me a message on Facebook. Send me a message. I like to listen to the story.
It's like flat for the day round. Oh, the 26. And the afterburn is just the...
They've done night flights. Excuse me.
Oh, hello. Take care of that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but
Yeah, no problem.
yeah, I saw it and it's pitch black.
Oh, right. Oh, nice one. No,
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. No worries. Right, time for a cup of tea. Right then. Hey man, how you doing?
How are you? You good?
I haven't seen you in ages. You alright?
Yeah, not so bad. The last time I see you, I was Eastbourne, I think.
Yeah, it was, man. You
Yeah, how
alright?
are you? You
Yeah,
good?
good.
I thought, me and my brother, so I thought I'd pop down on the way home.
Good, man.
Do you know if she's going out today?
Don't know if it's today.
Wait, what do you put first?
Right, okay, man.
Usually the
Milk.
last thing, and I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
is they have to rig
No, what do you put
de-rig
first?
the cable.
Hot water or
Oh,
milk?
right, yeah.
So,
Hot water.
Yeah, I missed the F-16. Some bloke just said to me about an hour ago.
what did you have to
Oh, right, okay. Have you been alright, though, yeah? Everything
brilliant.
Yeah, good, man.
like
That's it. I thought I'd spot the old shirt on.
Yeah,
so,
man, I love
right,
it. Yeah, they're still going. Classic, man. Love it.
I like the new ones. I'm
Yeah.
thinking about getting a new one.
Go for it.
soon,
Yeah, cool, man.
An American and they put in cold water, milk and a tea bag and they just stuck it right in
Is
the
there much
microwave.
happening in Milton or not?
There's been a bit. Yeah, I've seen a few bits in the background.
Yeah.
And,
Are they, you know, they're flying all day, or is it just
Probably.
stuff on? Yeah.
Probably.
I may actually get one.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, brother. How you doing? All right, man. Good to see you again. Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah. You all right?
I'm alright.
Good.
Yeah, I may get
Brilliant. Yeah, good. Why didn't you bring it? No, we've had entrance system today. We've had early morning, and then it's been going every hour.
Don't love it then.
Really good.
Oh,
Yeah, getting there. I know, his channels is...
88,000.
Yeah,
Done alright.
it's going really good. Yeah.
Are they all out at the moment?
Yes. But I can hear F-35s in there.
Yeah.
So there might be some more.
Are they running tomorrow as well?
I don't know. Really, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. It's a bit of a funny one. I haven't seen to say they're closed tomorrow. That's the thing.
So they probably are open tomorrow.
Yeah. Or it might even be open just for that.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't go today, you know, it's probably going to
Tomorrow.
I don't know what to suggest, but yeah, I was thinking about going to Mildenhall tomorrow. But random. Yeah, I might do. But I did it last year, I think, and it was just one C-17, but it wasn't a blank. So yeah, it was good fun.
Like the last airfield I went to was Fairford for the B-52s.
Yeah.
I managed to get down the back, and they were parked right down the back end of the runway.
Okay.
So I managed to get a couple of them while they were sitting there.
All right. Cool.
Because obviously I live in Reading, so it's easier for me just to get
Yeah.
there. And then I went to Bryce Norton at the same time, like afterwards.
I've lost count of what's out.
Some guy said there's a load of F-15s out.
Yeah, I don't think any of them have come back yet. So
I think there's an F-16 around the corner, isn't there?
there should be another 4.
Or about.
Should be 4 round there.
Fingers crossed.
There should be 4, and if there's 4 there, the other 4 should be coming back then.
I thought 5 took off early on.
4.
There's someone over, are they based over there in Nico, are they? Yeah, there's someone over there now. So
Okay.
I don't know if that's...
Do you know if the marked F-16 is still it?
The what, sorry?
The marked F-16?
Yes.
So it's one of those 4 that are still in Valve then?
Oh, that was good. Needed that. Right then.
Yeah, Nico, look, my other half and their mother-in-law loved that picture, man.
Oh,
They
that's
had
good.
the picture, 'cause we met you at the,
Yes.
you know, where the stalls were.
Yeah, that was good,
Made
that.
their day, made their day.
Oh, bless. That was nice. Yeah, that was good, that was.
Yeah.
I'm going to pop over to the shop later on to watch anything.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Not at some of them. She's learning nothing, isn't it?
Yeah. You know me well. Okay, I won't say no to that. I do like my kid. Thank you. That's so kind of you.
I'll see you in a bit.
All right, man. Thank you. Yeah, no ice cream because I've had bad experiences up here.
No,
It melts up here.
yeah,
Especially when you put it down.
Oh yeah, one blew up on me up here. That was the funniest thing. That was.
Yeah.
Is it like a calypso or something? It blew up. The massacre of the ice cream.
Yeah.
When I took 2 photos of 15s, I put like your channel under it to get more subs for you. So I wanted to do that for no reason, but I wanted you to have more subs.
Oh no, you're fine, man. No, you're all good there, mate. You're all good. Cool. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And hopefully we're gonna get more. I'm not sure just yet, but there's plenty to come back. Right.
The 15s are en route.
They're coming back, are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you got ADSB? Have you got flight radar?
Flight radar.
ADSB is very better. Have you got Sky?
Pardon?
Well, up to you. Search on Google.
I searched it up on Google.
Go on to Google. No.
I have Wi-Fi on one. Come on.
Sorry, it was 5 F-16s. One went out on its own, didn't it?
Yeah.
So it was 5. So there's 3 still here. Christopher Carr, how you doing? Hope you're good. Glad you enjoyed Whole Beach yesterday. It was great. That was cool.
ADSB is flight radar exchange. I think it's flight radar exchange.
I'll just search up flight radar, see what happens.
It should come on. Look, my
I
dad
don't have any data, so like. I have Wi-Fi on my phone.
Then what's funny? You have got data. Have you done it? That's one. Yes, always good,
Clyde Hicks, how you doing?
The guy was just waving.
My father was a senior master sergeant, also got the cat badge. Oh, nice.
I don't know why.
Oh, cool. I'm glad I could show you them.
I don't know, but I really like it when one of the, I think it was Toto or
Brent
someone,
Mosley, how you doing? Hope you're good from 15 Wing.
Drive or shouting. So it made me and my dad
Since
laugh.
I only come in like once a year because it's getting dark because of where I live. They weren't doing it. They were just starting.
Thanks a lot, Julian Spriggs, for the info.
My parents said they're making new hangars.
Yeah. I heard someone.
Hope you're good. Alex Black, Cat Day First, Angela Farley, who's here with Andrew Farley, Alan Gates, Davey, Aryan.
How true that is?
Probably not. I don't know if it ain't true because we know what Trump's like.
How we doing?
I'm just be air shows things.
But, thanks everyone for the support today. It's been a great day, and I hope you're all enjoying it. Lots of you tuned in, the one and only Ted Coningsby community.
Yeah, I don't know how they're friends, I'm just saying.
Bringing the vibes.
I think because they met each
Puking.
Probably they met when they were kids. I'd be happy if either one of them dies. Then there won't be any news. If Putin dies, oh, that would be great. No war.
No Ukraine war. Yeah.
Yeah, Ukraine will win it when Putin dies.
I mean, we'll get all our stuff we sent out there.
No, they'll keep it because they have to, just in case if they get remember. We still have to be on high alert about it.
Yeah.
Because Australia is also giving them tanks, ammo and stuff.
Oh yeah, we're doing challenge 3.
What's that coming up now?
That's the marked F-16.
Oh my god, that actually is.
Being taxed, not taxed, it's been towed.
By the way.
Don't bash my brother.
Hey, Tom.
Disconnect from that.
Well,
I think
maybe
it's up
they're
there.
taking it out.
No, up top, because I think that's where the other three are. Oh, something like, well, how many of those left?
Well, maybe taking it up there because all the three come together and we're saying. Or it could be getting up there.
They. No, I think it's already loaded.
Well, it could be getting up, taking up there to get fuel. Because they don't always have to do it. They can do it now.
Yeah, they're loaded, but they're under the safety.
That's the Operation Bolo.
So.
And, with its 7 aerial victories on its tail to commemorate Operation Bolo during the Vietnam War of the 555th. Destroying 7 MiGs in that one mission. In fact, they took out so many MiGs. They are known as the world's largest distributor of MiG spare parts, the 555th.
I want to see the special US delivery ones, like they use.
Thunderbirds?
Yeah. I want
They're
to see
displays.
them. Pardon?
You know that's a display.
Yeah.
But
I want to see them.
They won't. I don't know if they will come over to UK, but when the Blue Angels
Yeah.
and Red Earths, they've done display together.
I want to see the Angels, not because they're good pilots, because of the aircraft they use.
Oh, the F-18 Hornets.
Yeah.
But do you know how far they get close to? 8 minutes. Or 18.
I think there's a video on YouTube.
It's where the missiles used to be on, like on the side. That's how close they go, but they leave some like 8 minutes in the middle.
It looks like 8 centimeters.
It must be down the field or something.
What?
The wolf hound? You know what
Is it a
C1463?
Oh,
Never heard.
If I knew it, well, no, I knew. Was that its call sign?
It's an empty call sign.
That's like the case of 25 armor in fact.
But yeah, after the show, make sure you check out, don't miss out on yesterday's amazing premiere that I got together. It was, like I said, unfortunately I couldn't stream in those conditions, just one of those things where I had to literally just hang on for dear life. And yeah, I managed to get you some amazing footage using the TED cam as well, which was great. So if you've not seen it, make sure you check it out after the show today. And check out the Hull Beach premiere from yesterday. It was amazing. The footage when I released it on the premiere was just 5 hours fresh. That's all it was. So literally, when the last cannon was fired, packed it up, drove home, edited it, compressed, uploaded to YouTube, gave it a little half an hour countdown, and there you go. So that was the best I can do in 40 miles an hour, like 38 to 40 knot gusting winds, and it was seriously savage yesterday. I hope you are all okay from yesterday's winds. It's a completely different story today. Here we go. So a Guards March for Mark Riches, celebrating 11 months today of membership, the most awesome channel and community. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Sylvia King, Easter egg for our Ted. Thank you very much. Sylvia, thank you. A Guards March for you. Thank you very much. Guards March for the super chat. Ali Leyland as well. They gave their tomorrow for our today. Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Ali. Ali Leyland there with a super chat. Thank you very much. Aryan, who's also part of our spanner flight, and with 26 months service, the 48 fighter wing never disappoints. Absolutely. Guards March, and thank you, sir. We Stevie Boy, high five, Paul Pump, and thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Paul C with 11 months membership of the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Time flies when you're having fun. Absolutely. Jane, good morning to you, and of course good morning, good day, good evening, and good afternoon wherever you're watching from in the world.
It came up with none of them when they took off.
Yeah, it's just showing up. It wasn't showing up.
I think they turned their position off.
Radar?
No.
There was a lot of Eurofighters over yesterday.
Yeah, when I was at Constantin, the main one, with the shark boat, I've seen a couple of typhoons over. I think over Skegness.
Yeah.
So I've seen them as well. I've been at front.
This is quite a cool radar, the SSR.
18, isn't it?
Secondary.
Yeah, but it might not be an 18, it might be an F-15.
This is the secondary surveillance radar.
Well, it could be an F-14.
So no, it would be an F-14 going now.
So this is what makes an aircraft pop onto your radar, ladies and gentlemen. There's ATC. So there's our aircraft. There's our F-111 aardvark. There it is, just taxi in there. Now, when aircraft take off, whether it's an F-35 here or an F-15, you may hear, if you've got a radio or you may know aviation, that air traffic controllers will give the pilot all the departure details and a squawk code. Now, a squawk code is also known as a transponder code. It's basically like a keypad, and it doesn't have an 8 or 9 in it. All right, and I think it's something like a combination of something like, I don't know, has anyone got the amount? Is it something like 6,000 different combinations? But they're given a squawk code before departure. Now, squawk codes or transponder codes, they're able to let air traffic controllers know what radar or what they're doing, where they're going, if they're going to go low level. There's a squawk code for going low level, that's 7001. If you're entering a danger area or going to use a range, you squawk 7002. Red arrows 7003. If you're going to do a parachute drop, 0033. I think I've got that the right way around. And of course, each radar or service area, such as Lakenheath or Coningsby, they have their own. They have sort of like a prefix to denominate which radar they're going to use. So basically, a squawk code actually lets air traffic controllers know what the aircraft is doing. But what's that got to do with the SSR, the secondary surveillance radar? Well, it's got everything to do with squawk codes and making your aircraft appear in that tower. So let's say, I'm going to make one up, I don't know, 0345 or I'll tell you what, 0045. I don't know what that means, but hey. So if the aircraft has been given that escort code, pilot will key it in 0045. Now, that's done on the transponder, right? Now, what is a transponder? What does it do? Well, basically, first of all, look at the word transmit and respond. It's got two words in there, which makes the word transponder. So this is keyed in from the pilot, and it will send it out to an SSR, the secondary surveillance radar. All right. Now, it's that hello, I am here signal. So remember, radar works like frequencies. It bounces back, it gets a signal and receives, transmits and responds, okay? So once that is keyed in, on departure, that 0045 made it up, by the way, it will ping to that SSR, ping back, and so on, and that makes it appear on an air traffic controller's radar. Now, there are different modes. Now, the old myth that when you can't see an aircraft on an app is because the pilots turn the transponder off. That's not true. The pilot cannot turn their transponder off. If you do that, you will then end up with thousands of aircraft in that sky and cause a collision. You cannot turn your transponder off. The only reason why you can't see an aircraft on your app or ADSB is because they use different modes. Now, the emergency code 7700, that is a universal code, which is why when there's an emergency on an F-35, that's why you can see it. It's not always the case on F-35s. They can use a different mode, which you can see it sometimes, but more times than none, they use a different mode. So that's what's relevant with the SSR, and its characteristics are those that rectangular radar on the top. Look.
I was here the morning.
Now, what I did mention, once that's sent to the SSR, let me just. Once that's sent to the SSR, when it goes to air traffic controller, this will give them lots of information with the escort code. It will give them the altitude of the aircraft, it will give them the speed of the aircraft, it will give them lots of vital information. And the characteristics are what looks like a primary radar, with what looks like a rectangular one on the top with the 4 aerials. Now, these are dotted about around the world, I guess, right? Around the country as well. And that is what pops up on an air traffic controller's radar.
I also like to see something, and I do like something.
I love that bit.
Have you heard of the Aviano Chapter? It's got a radar.
Have a little bit of look at the sky. How you doing, Rapcon? Radar approach control.
Vulcan. You know the Vulcan podcast on, I'm doing amazing.
Now, a pilot, when they come to do their test, there are 3 main escort codes that they have to learn. It's 7500, 7600 and 7700. 7700, that's your emergency code. 76 is your radio communications failure, and if you're a airliner and have to use 7500, that's not very good, that's your hijack one.
I love it a lot. I love all them too.
So that type of emergency, which, like I said, it probably calls QRA, no doubt. Especially some other ones. You can get QRAs from 76 and 77s, depending on the situation. But normally 7600s are rectified. Of course, if you can't communicate with tower and you're going away from your flight path, this could be suspect. And like I said, if you turn off your transponder, that would make you very dangerous.
Near, what's that?
I've watched Top Guns inside the RAF.
Oh yeah, which one last came out or Coningsby? So I watched them both.
I've watched all of them so far.
Yeah, I've watched.
And I've watched the HMS Queen Elizabeth one.
Oh yeah. What about?
Remember when the F-35 ejected after takeoff because of the
Engine failure? No, cockpit pressure. Pushing the cockpit.
No, I think the cover, because it had its little lid thing open on the back.
Canopy.
No, not the canopy. The thing that lets it VTOL.
Oh,
and it still had its cover on. And yeah, and it took off, but it couldn't get enough power, so the pilot ejected. And they spent ages looking for him. Then there's him just hanging off the front.
Thanks a lot, everyone, for your support. And just conveniently, we do have a escort code out there on an F-15, 7002, which is cool.
well,
The thing is, he just walked it up. trainee just walked it off like nothing's happened.
Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So we've got
Watch them at that.
all the F-15s still out and F-16s to come back. If 5 of them in total.
I know in my luck, I'll go over there and I'll miss them.
I went to Mildenhall one day and there's like.
Where do you guys stand? You stand in the campsite, right?
I stand near the double decker.
Where's that?
It's
What,
white double decker bus.
Mildenhall.
Yeah, Mildenhall. Yeah, I stand by the
Well,
white
I
double decker
don't know how
bus.
to get
Someone
that.
said about the campsite, you pay £2 to go in.
Oh, what, the trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you look back from the trailer,
I know
you'll.
I explained this to them.
Yeah.
Here we
If you
go.
to
F-16s.
F-15.
It might not be a 15.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Nice wing wave. Beautiful. Beautiful aerodynamic braking, look at that. Looks like a wheelie, but there is aerodynamics in what they do, using the undercarriage to create drag. Take all that weight to the undercarriage and push it down, creating drag, a bit like sticking your hand out in a moving car. You know, you can feel the drag, so it acts like you basically turning the whole aircraft undercarriage into like an air brake or a parachute, and it just uses drag or aerodynamics and the drag to slow the aircraft down, taking the pressure off the braking systems and the front nose gear. F-15s, here we go.
If you post your pictures on TikTok, you can say you're using it, and then there's literally no way to get that out of the picture.
I don't know why, but I like it when if... I don't know why, but I set this tone as well. There used to be, yeah, a couple of months ago, they had, if I'm like, the Saudi Arabia ones,
yeah, he's level. He's down. Yeah. Well, he's gone a bit further than that F-16.
yeah, because probably, well, don't they have to have an emergency brake?
I think if you eject from a F-15, it
Emergency shoots.
yeah.
If they had emergency, they'll have to use that. As well, there. How's it going, Nick? That's good?
I miss really old airshots where they'd actually drop like live in animation.
Where? Over there?
Oh yeah, I've got that.
You can hear something. It might just be maintenance equipment.
That landed, or maybe it's...
There is another F-15 showing up.
I reckon that F-16 popped over there.
Is that 229? Is that... yeah, that's...
untitled pretty long.
Yeah,
Was there? Oh,
lunch. Don't they used to
I love that now. Yeah. How you doing? All right. How is it down there?
they do any practice?
Well, it's just waiting, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. 316s.
A couple of 15s showing up now. So.
So the one they had their transponders on. Probably, I don't know.
That's the one I pointed out.
Where's my
That's a nice license, right? Wrapped up.
The wall part's got back in there.
Sounds like F-35.
What's the closest encounter
I said that, I thought they were cycling.
Sat in one.
I said to you, didn't I, that the SIAFs are coming over.
Yeah. I mean, I think that F-16 is parked just outside one of the hangars. I think that's running as well.
The sat there as well.
What I did see was I think it was about 16 or 26 F-35s in pitch black, full off, one was taken off one after the other. And I was sitting over there on a taxiway for about 2 hours. Wait, not 2 hours. Work.
The site over there.
Aircraft.
Well, no, they've got their 12s on.
No, there's aircraft in the line. There's an aircraft in the line.
Yeah.
That one.
I'm listening to the...
Yeah, I can hear something approaching.
Yeah, it's down there. F-35s.
Like one doing down there.
No, because it's something... that side.
That's cold. Yeah, that's cold. Most of those F-15s have moved back around then. They never do.
Side's got towed.
You want one? We got two. Thank you very much. Good man. Have a good day.
Yeah, sure, go for it, man.
Oh, wait.
You're doing a selfie?
I can do it for you if you want.
Alright.
Thank you.
How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Look at that, it's nice, isn't it? Nice to see that in a car park, an F-16. Well, I did hear F-35s, unless they taxied across the runway, which may be the case.
There's another F-15 in there.
I suppose you want to look out that way, because the others came loop round him. I bounced with them. You have to take them again. But you could be coming in straight in. Jesus, that's a helicopter, mate, not a dog. Did you see that thing? I don't know which way I want to look. There's something out there. There's also something out there.
It's over there.
Wait, what? I think that's like flies.
That's a P5. No, it's just fine.
Yeah, I got it.
It's coming through Watson.
Water.
Yeah, that's where it's coming from.
Yeah. I think the F-35s are getting closer.
No, there's this down there.
I've got eyes.
No, nothing, you can hear it. It's just
Yeah.
got a little one. So it's something coming down here, though.
Got something.
Nico,
down
what's
the
that
ramp.
coming? Is that 35's coming down there?
That's the F-16s that are taxiing back to their hangars.
Oh, right, okay.
There's an F-15 on approach.
Cool. Thank you.
Oh no, it's a 16 month. Yeah, up in the air. It's close. There's a 56, 50s that come out of nowhere. There they are. 4 of them.
4 of them. 4 F-15s that way.
Always remember putting mine on the centre stand.
That's all about balance.
Yeah, I'm
But I know so many extras. The best one is swimming up with that.
Oh, this thing, yeah. Just to protect yourself. Just to protect that swinging on.
Oh, look at what's
Here come the F-35s as well. Nice. Here comes trouble. Break in, look at this, beautiful. Well, it's certainly been a busy day today. And more coming. external missile railings there. Because they want to look mean. No stealth required when you're in defence. Beautiful 5th gen. There's more, look at this. Got an F-15 somewhere. Not too far away, somewhere. Look at this. Millions of them. Oh, there's more after that as well. Oh, look at this. Carousel of F-35s, look at it. Oh my word, look at this. Oh. There's a lot. An F-15 coming in, but I'm loving this image here. I might just leave it. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one. This is good. Literally rack them up, wheel them in, wheel them in. It is literally a merry-go-round or a carousel of F-35s right now. And that's certainly one I'd like to ride in a fairground. Oh yeah. So yes, the external missile railings sort of hampers your stealth, but if you're in defense, that's not going to matter. You want to be seen to look mean. This is my area. here, and another portion of F-35s over here. Beautiful. Oh yeah. There it is. Proper. This looks good. Okay, what we're gonna get here? What is going on here? Look at this. Oh yeah. So now we're left with a few million F-35s at the moment. All is good, anticipating their departure very shortly. That's right. you doing, Neil? Jack, Aaron R, Margot, Anonymous, Alex Blackcat, Christine Barnes, Homer Wayans, how you all doing, Alan Flello, how you doing? Hope you're a good big Stevie boy, what up? I haven't even seen it. I need to see it. Yeah, it needs to be put on the show. Don't know yet. I don't know. Keep a lookout on Sunday.
Monday is the last day, so I've told you I've got back to look at
F-35s to go out by the look of it. Just coming up to 1300 here in the UK, 10 minutes to go. Woo. F-35A, the AA1, conducted its first ever engine run in September 2006 and first flew on 15th of December 2006. Now, unlike all the subsequent aircraft on the development stage, AA1 did not have the weight optimization that was required, so consequently it mainly tested subsystems common to subsequent aircraft, such as the propulsion electrical system and cockpit display. The aircraft that was retired from its flight testing in December 2009, and it was used for live fire testing. NASA China Lake. Now, the first F-35B BF-1 that flew on the 11th of June 2008, while the first weight optimized F-35A and F-35C, AF-1 and CF-1, they first flew on the 14th of November 2009 and 6th of June 2010 respectively. The F-35B's first ever hover was on the 17th of March 2010. So much history with their test flights. Lots of sea testing with the F-35B conducted on board the USS Wasp, but in October 2011 two F-35Bs conducted 3 weeks of initial sea trials. So the F-35A cleared for basic flight training in early 2012 along with the F-35B. Now, there were lots of changes as developments. And the US Air Force's F-35A in Block 3I configuration achieved its IOC with the US Air Force's 34th Fighter Squadron at Hill Air Force Base, Utah. And that was done on the 2nd of August 2016. So that was kind of its first sort of operational stage. And the F-35As conducted their first red flag exercise in 2017. And of course, Lakenheath been a significant part of the F-35A's history. December the 17th, 2021, Lakenheath became the first ever F-35A wing. Oh yeah. Actually, 15th of December. I might have got that wrong. 15th. Been saying 17th. I wonder why. enough. We've still got more taxiing down the catwalk. Okay, now it is.
Yeah, it hurts the person who's stand for, not the person who wears. Wait, man! Where are these? There.
What's coming down,
Oh,
Nicholas?
that's so cool.
What's coming down? Oh yeah!
Wait, that's... Oh my god, what's that so damn fast? I can't catch up to that, man.
I'm excited.
Wait, what did you say about Matt's coming down? Which one is allegedly coming down? Oh, it's not. Oh my god. Maybe it is 26 now. Wait. What? Yeah, wait, let me get close to that. Right, guys.
I don't. I've been
Yeah, better fight, guys.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good.
Oh yeah.
It's looking good.
Look at that! What's it got on it?
Vampire?
Wow.
Oh, that's a vampire.
Yeah, vampires, yeah.
Oh yeah, vampire chest.
This side up.
There's somewhere in the board.
Hey man, how you doing? You alright?
Yeah, I got the 16 two, didn't sit together. Two.
Yeah, I was hoping, yeah, I know what you mean.
Together.
There's somewhere in Kenmore with, I think 2 broken vampires for a golf course.
Lovely.
But, both in Swedish liveries. I've got picked next on the wing.
Are they hot pitting? Are they hot pitting?
I haven't seen a hot pit, no.
I don't know what vampires are.
Mind you, in fairness, I haven't looked over there, to be honest, and that's where they do it over there, the F-35, so there's even more coming.
Something else is taxiing down, yeah.
Wait, I can have a look. I'll have a look.
Didn't want to go back sick though.
Oh, wow.
And that looks like an F-16 taxiing down.
Oh, we can be taxiing back into the crypt.
Oh yeah, of course, I forgot, yeah, they were down there for a while because the, yeah.
An emergency on this side.
Yeah, so they would have had to wait. You all good? Yeah, the jacket's actually come off.
Yeah, they're 16.
Choice of clothing. So, it's double half.
No, it just went that way. And oh, actually, it's here. It's there. It's sat there.
What is?
Just to the left of the catwalk. They've just put it over there for some reason.
What? What's that?
The F-16.
Oh yeah. There's F-35 there. I think there's
Is that F-15? Is that F-15 coming down?
I think that's a...
Yeah, F-15s as well. Why not?
No, that's a 15. Yeah, that's a 15.
I think this is just a regular day then today. I think sounds like it. Yeah.
So there's 4 F-35s and then there's...
Yes, I think that's what, yeah.
Dave said it's a full day today.
Yeah. Oh, well. That's what I thought. That's what I'm going down for a bird. Yeah. Oh no. Guess I'll be back tomorrow.
I thought my fuse was right, now you're just teasing me. Is that a cup of tea? I don't actually.
Well, what a day we've had here, ladies, gents and teddy bears. What a day.
What monk were you on?
I've played 3 months and stuff.
Not bad.
I'm definitely on what's I managed to get these. I think I'm on rank 3 or 4 because I've got the F-16. I've got the F-16. I've got the like.
So these were the F-16s that landed earlier, just taxiing back to the park.
I've done it. I haven't been there.
You realise I'm not in favour unless we can hear. Like every plane spot will kill you. It's just mine.
Bro.
Hi, you alright, yeah? Good. As everyone doing, ladies and teddy bears, hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Here we go. And, it's been a very, very busy day. Literally, it just looks like normal standard training today, which means a full day perhaps of sorties. we had signs of Waddington just ending with "Let's ride." How we doing? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Look at this.
He's better on Ted. I bet if I gave you these like that, you'd be able to tell.
No, this is mine.
So we've got more movement,
This is mine.
more departures
Yeah, let me try and find one.
here at Lakenheath. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Enjoy.
I think we're 15s. Also, Ted's gonna Russia's taking me out.
Here we go. Let's ride. So you can see how long it takes to rotate on an afterburner. Look at this. So you just appreciate how much power the afterburner delivers. But it does come at a cost. It does come out not as economical as it's just literally shooting fuel through fuel bars into hot gases after the combustion mix of the compressed air and fuel mixture. So it does come out, it does come at a it's not as economical, but you can see the difference in power with that. It's pretty remarkable, isn't it? How long it takes to rotate. So here we go. We've seen quite a lot. Many of we've said this many times about the Typhoons not using the reheats or afterburners, and yet here we are looking at F-15s. We've had quite a few of them today without afterburners. There we go.
Right, start recording. We're going to get tired. Did you know? You don't turn it off. Like, if you don't turn it off, you'll be flying.
That's how they sound like
So again, for those that would like to know what's going on inside with regards to thrust, here's my generic engine just there.
This is gonna be shocked.
There we go. I wonder if it's better than this way. Let's have a look. Let's see what light we've got. Yeah, that should do it. That's better, isn't it? Yeah, that's cool. So this is a generic engine, and if it wasn't for this bit here with the spray bars, for the afterburner, then this would be like a standard engine, a jet engine off a commercial, domestic, like a 737 or a Boeing, various description, 737s, etc. But this is a turbo fan. It's got the turbo and a fan. All right, so this is what's a turbo jet engine, a generic jet engine that I've made, and it has the components to show you what makes the afterburners and how important it is to suck in air and actually squeeze it. You know the funny term, suck, squeeze, bang and blow. That is basically what the air shooting out of there, you know, once it's combusted, that is basically thrust. But the thing is, you need to get a lot of air sucked in. But the thing is, I want you to imagine compressed air now. Okay, so imagine your scuba diving oxygen equipment, those oxygen tanks. There's a lot of air in there. You see those adverts where, you know, like natural fruit juices, like a carton's got like 26 oranges or something. Sort of similar thing is going on here. What it is, you need a lot of air to go in to mix it. Now, your car, your motorbike, or your aircraft requires 3 things to get it going, all right, to create thrust, to create a turn in your engine. That is air, fuel, and something to ignite it. That combustion, that bang, that creates thrust, or in motorcycle or cars, that turns your engine, right? So keeps the pistons going. And what you need to do is to try to think about how to get it more economical, because jet engines are actually quite economical, and this is mainly used in fighter jets with the afterburner. This is where it doesn't become economical. So how do you get lots of air in without having lots of air in there? How do you get it to combust better? Well, the answer is to actually squeeze the air and compress it and squash it and squash it. So you know, when you pump air in your tires, you can use bars, etc. If it's going in at 1 bar on this generic engine, I'll tell you what, let's make this an F-15E Strike Eagle, okay? The Strike Eagle, actually, the engine on the Pratt & Whitney F100-229 squeezes that air off the top of my head 24 times. So if it went in at 1 bar, it's now 24 bars. It's now squeezed down 24 times. All right, that is really economical, and compressed air is actually a lot more efficient and a lot more combustible. Let's see what happens. So as the air gets sucked in through the intakes, it meets this huge fan here, a bit like a giant propeller. Basically, a jet engine, you could say it's a giant propeller here. There's lots of things turning. Now these are compressors. We now need to compress that air. We need to get it from 1 bar to 24. We need to squash it 24 times. So the first stage is your low compressor. You can see here it's quite open here, but when you get to the high pressure compressor, I think the F-15 Eagle engine has 10 high pressure. I know off the top of my head the Eurojet 200 of the Typhoon has 3 and 5. Now what you'll find here, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. It compresses it, a bit like the scene out of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory when they stuck Veruca in that that squeezing machine, whatever. But you're squashing it here, and all these are compressor blades. There's also stator vanes which don't rotate and move. Now we spoke about aerodynamics before, of the airfoil and the wing. Now the point of these swirly, and I'll show you them, I've got some, the point of these compressor blades is to guide the air and channel it. And it also meets the stator blades, which don't move, and it's to guide and compress. They're basically like lots of propellers, so it gets squashed and squashed. The air that doesn't, that's called your bypass air, right? On a Typhoon it's 0.4. Now that compressed air now goes in the combustion section, and it meets spray nozzles in here, and this is the hottest section. Spray nozzles, and they're evenly spaced out and injected and sprayed, all right? Now you then get it ignited, bang, that is your bang, and now it starts, that kinetic energy, that bang, that force, starts turning the turbines. The high pressure turbine on that movement actually powers the high pressure compressor, and the low pressure turbine actually spins the shaft for the low pressure turbine, and that is your thrust. To get afterburner, well, you're not going to get the compressed air here, which is not economical. You have spray bars injecting fuel in the hot gases, and then bang. Now because you haven't got, where's this one go? Because you haven't got the compressed air mixture, this is why they're not very economical, because you're spraying it directly just in a in a separate chamber. Now those chambers will have to have, here we go. So there we go. Get up to 30% more power using the afterburner. Afterburner, they have to have different heat resistant materials in there as well, so that it doesn't melt the thing, because you're literally pumping fuel through the let me just show you that there now. So you're basically pumping your in the spray bars. So that was the so yeah, there you go, you got your spray bars here. Now it's injecting fuel to non-compressed air. It's just those hot gases. All this would be heat resisted. I think you get something silly like 1,000 degrees Celsius in it, or something worse than that. But it can generate more thrust with the afterburner, and of course come at a cost of more fuel to be used. It's not as efficient, but gives you more power. So that's basically the afterburner section, or a reheat. Don't forget, that's why it's called a reheat or an afterburner. You're burning something after the combustion chamber, and that's why it's called that in that way. So there you go, just a quick description on that. Steady bears, hope we're all good. So I've got a compressor blade here. This is off a Blackburn Buccaneer, off the Spey engine, and like I said, look at the almost a bit like your wing of a plane, isn't it, the airfoil? Look at the design of it. So these would go round. So the Typhoon has 3 of the low LP, the low pressure. These are big, and then when it gets to the high pressure, they get smaller and smaller. This is this one is a stator vane, a stator blade off a Tornado. And again, it's been designed, carefully crafted to channel that air. They go all the way around like this. So this would go all the way around as well. And these would be on the inside. So it's amazing, isn't it? All that channeling of that air just to squash it, and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. A bit like a balloon, it will get to, you know, pressurized. It can only take so much before it gets bang. It's amazing. It's trying to get as much air in more efficiently as possible, and the way to do that is to compress it. Big shout out to everyone who's tuned in today. I hope you're all well, and still got this to go out. Might not even go out today, you just never know. That's the thing with military aviation, you just turn up, hope for the best, see how it goes. Steady right there, mate. Enjoying the race? Yeah, cool. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all well and feeling good. And Paul Mayers, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Thank you very much for that. Brian Fox, Guards March to you. One word, superb. Thank you very much. Homer Wares, thank you very much for the super chat. Sharing is caring. What a channel, everyone. Share. Thank you very much. Guards March. Richard Joy, member for 27 months. Still a fantastic stream. Guards March. Thank you very much. Stu Brick, 21 months membership as well. I hope Ted is not getting a sunburn. No, he's alright. He's staying in the cool. Thank you very much. Stuart Skeggs, thank you very much. 16-month membership. Oh, 16 glorious months in the greatest aircraft streaming channel and the greatest community. Thank you very much. Sharkface, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Janet D, member for 2 months. Guards March to you. Andrew Porter with the super sticker. Guards March. Homer Wares as well. Guards March to you, just for providing great streams and knowledge. Thank you very much. Guards March. Paul C, member for 11 months. Time flies when you're having fun. Thank you very much. And oh. Has anyone lost a donkey? Has anyone lost a donkey? You lost donkey, mate? Yeah.
No.
No, is it not
I
yours?
remember you from the Holbeach bombing line.
Oh, yeah.
Picture. Can I come up your van?
No, you can't. Well, Matt, I'm afraid, young man.
Oh, yeah.
You can't. You'll end up with a cape and fly, and we're responsible for a superhero.
I've been on the ladder before and stuff.
And congratulations. Good morning. 8 AM here in the USA from the Mast Foker. Member for 2 months. Thank you. Guards March. So the Lakenheath donkey is on the loose. Right, well, it's certainly been a busy one today, so it's literally just carry on, go home when you feel like it. Seems to be movement all day here today, so. How you doing, man? All right, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to shoot.
Okay, mate.
I'm going to take him to Thetford Forest on his bike. I've brought his bike with me.
Where you going?
Thetford Forest.
Oh, yeah. That's
On a
nice.
cycle, we'll say. I've brought his bike with me, so he's going to go a bit of cycling. Yeah.
Nice.
There's still a few more out, isn't there?
Yeah, it was 11 35. So
And where are you out tomorrow? Middle?
maybe. I'll see. I'll see how it goes.
Well,
I'll probably do something, just even if it's for an hour,
yeah,
just to get one in there.
yeah, I think the weather's alright tomorrow as well.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not bad. I think from next week it's a bit hit and miss, isn't it?
It's obviously hitting this. It's obviously hitting this, isn't it?
I know, but yeah, no, it's been good today. It's been really good. So it's nice. I'm really busy.
Well, maybe I'll catch you over the summer at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll be
Cool.
here now and
Good to
again.
see you, man.
Yeah.
Good to
Yeah,
see
bye,
you.
Harris.
Take care, man. Take care.
Yeah, take
see
care.
you later.
See you, mate.
Bye.
Bye, bye.
Hello. What's up, buddy? Yes, I have. No, it's not that type of drink. It's round the other side. Let me go and get it. Do you want to watch it then? bit of sugar. Swirl it through, you know. 88.5k as well. Today? Good, isn't it? Nice ride. It was nice down here, wasn't it? Back in the yeah. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't got some problem yet, but watch the space, you never know. I've been asked for that before. Yeah, I think there may be something, yeah. That's got to be, it has got to be done, yeah, you're the third person.
Well, then it's we're trying to do something.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine, I like stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, nice. Nice. That's all good. Cool. Thank you for that. Much appreciated.
Well, we were going to come down Friday, but we wasn't around because there was some things.
Yeah.
And then we wait for that. Spoke thing. That's actually isn't it?
Oh, right, yeah.
So
That's the thing.
because I was going to Nikki's birthday, yes. Enjoy.
Nice one, man.
All this good.
Yeah, I'm gonna need it. Oh yeah, you alright?
Yeah, good, you?
Good, good, good. Oh yeah, they will do at some point. Don't know when.
Don't know that's my fault.
Yeah, it's good by association. It's good. It's
That's
good
why
fun.
we came over to
Ah, cool, nice one. You enjoying it? Yeah. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, good. Yeah, I don't know what time they'll be back, but they'll be back. In an hour or early, you never know. Enjoy. Alright, buddy.
Hello, mate. I'm just looking at your number plate.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, the whole vehicle's cool. I like the way you've got it done, you know?
Thank you.
shiny, shiny.
Yes, that, yeah, it's good weather for it.
Well, they never come out really.
Oh,
I've got a couple of bikes. They're both very different. That's never seen wet. Only because I'm not bothered about it right now. It just takes hours.
I'm like that with my BMX.
I'm saying I really want
Yeah, I've got a nice BMX and I've never seen the rain.
But that's cool because they can cost a lot of
It's a
money.
nice GT one.
Yeah, it's nice really nice. Something.
I polish it.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah, no, so I don't have a motorbike, but I've got a proper BMX.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. You know.
I've traded this thing. Yeah.
I know what I'm like with four wheels, with two wheels, I'd lose a license or like
These
very
aren't,
quickly.
these, you know, Harleys aren't. They're built for America, long straight roads, cruising on.
I like the induction kit. That reminds me of. Is that a standard one? Is that part of it?
No, it's not the standard one. It's like an upgrade.
Yeah.
They do a stage 1 to stage 2, stage 3 tube, which is
Yeah. That's nice.
I like it.
What engines in there?
16,
16.
But I've got totally different beast, you know. I would say the catch is like
Just saying, you're killing the art
an
of reading.
F-15C.
Should we just put you on?
Me?
Yeah. And we can't read them. She moans at me because I'll sit there and
Just put the channel in subtitles, same thing. You can watch me and read at the same time. So.
So have you had this wrap this?
Yes.
Is it all wrapped?
Yeah.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank
That
you.
wasn't cheap, was it?
It's worth it.
But they've done a good job.
They have. They've even stuck Ted in the Spitfire, which I didn't know they did. Which I thought that is a nice touch.
Oh yeah. So
I
they have.
did, honestly.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know. I knew about the
Ed's
Spitfire.
flying the Spitfire.
Yeah, I didn't know. But yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's
And
good.
I just think it's amazing that actually the air crews take Ted up with them. and,
Yes, yeah, it's
you
good
know,
fun.
I think that's a wonderful thing. I was watching the other week at 2 months ago. You gave me drove in, Holby.
Yeah. I was there yesterday.
Yeah, was there much happening?
Yeah, there's
Was
a video of it yesterday.
Really?
It was so windy, I couldn't go live. It was just too windy, everything was falling everywhere. So I thought, right, I'll record it, put it on 5 hours later. So in 5 hours, I got home, edited it, compressed it, put it onto YouTube and did a half an hour. 4 F-16s use their cannons, 2 F-15s use bombs, and then, well, they're always in a...
Oh, with a flare.
No, they mimic.
Yeah.
You'll get the impact
Yeah.
shot like that, and they are laser guided as well. And then, so the rounds of the cannons are like they're 20
That's
mil.
great. I've seen that on A10s.
Yeah, well, these sound a little bit similar because they're 6,000 rounds a minute.
It's the Vulcan, isn't it?
Yeah, that's okay. That's it. The F-15 and F-16s have that, and then there was another 2 F-15s that came, and they use their cannons as well. And I had a camera of the target and a camera, so you'll see the shot of you see the F-15 close up, and then you'll have the target getting the picture.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so have a look at it. It was done
I'll
yesterday.
check that tonight when I get home.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's such a shame. I couldn't. Literally 40 miles an hour gusting wind is no go. And I'm not on my van. Everything. I even tied down one of my cameras and that fell over. It was bad. Nearly went on the run. I don't want to make that cool. It'd be embarrassing. You know, sorry, it's me.
The last time I went up there must have been about 12 years ago. I'd driven up to Dutch, and I had my scanner, I had a big scanner, on my roof, and a flight lieutenant control tower came out, you know, with the barrier.
Yep.
There was there by the pillbox.
Yeah, that's it.
He said, how far have you come to? Oh, you know. He said, well, next time you come, bring some chocolate biscuits, come up to the tower, press the buzzer and say chocolate biscuits. That's the code to get in. And I never done that, you know. But, and that day there were 2 Harrier GR9s going. One was designating for the rear.
Right.
It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
So that's how long ago.
Enjoy. Watch it when you get back. Have a
Have you
look.
ever done that, Lou?
Yeah. I've done live there. That's good.
Have you? What
Yeah.
was that?
Yeah, good. I've had some good fun there as well. Fun life and all that.
So you certainly do some amazing stuff.
Thanks, man.
So do you have to wait hours at the loop?
Sometimes. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you get a tip off of what's coming in? No.
No, but what I think is that they know I'm live in my club.
Really?
I think this is just. I think there's a bit of truth in that.
Yeah, I probably agree.
I think there's a slight bit of truth, so that's nice.
Because they know we're here, don't they? And I'm sure they twist the turn over here.
Yeah, it's nice. It's great. They're all, you know, because I do communicate and let them know I'm coming every time. Whether it's here, like Coningsby, Waddington, just always phone, just do it the right way.
Yeah, put a coat out here to save you the spot.
No.
What did you get him in, Warren?
About 7.
In a funny kind of sense, you know, most of us are into military aviation. Kind of security companies. If we saw anything going on,
exactly.
untoward, we'd phone them up.
They've used it before, so
Have they?
I've made a
I always remember when I was younger, like 16, 17, so a long time ago, I used to go to Benford to watch CA-Tech. And one of my friends, his dad was a sergeant in the USAFE armour. Believe it or not, he lived in our village. So Sergeant Pepper.
Oh, no.
And in them days, we were on the corner. We used to come up to the red. Not far away. The Americans used to do it because they weren't used to spot us. Because apparently in America this sort of thing doesn't happen. Quite interesting. Adam? Yeah. Oh yeah, have you seen
Have you seen?
Stuart? Stuart. Oh, yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I've obviously you're famous, mate.
I used you this morning.
Nice to meet
to make sure there was flight.
A nice aviation celebrity.
Thank you very much.
Have you ever met Parky yet in this picture? Scotland, he was in the Red Light, Scotland in the Park.
Well, get back to the show and yeah, enjoy. It's nice to get some sunshine without getting cold.
Let's hope something like some raptors coming.
Yeah, that'll be good. Oh. Oh yeah, I know. You'd have to camp out on the trees. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope you're enjoying it. Just nice to have a little break actually, and hope you're all good. Just nice to get a little break there actually, and just have a few minutes there to myself, just have a little refreshment. How's it going then, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So it's literally a case of just stay as long as you want today. It sounds like a normal day by the sound of it, so we'll probably finish up after the F-35s get back, just to give you an idea of time. All right. Let's see what. There we go. So yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, as we look into the distance there with Mildenhall there, amazing to think that for the 48th. It all started on the 15th of January 1941 with the US Army Air Corps activated the 48th Bomb Group Light at Hunter Field, Savannah, Georgia. And the first 4 squadrons were the 55th, 56th and 57th Bomb Squadron Light and the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, who later became the 88th Bomb Squadron. And these 54 activations were called the first aviation objective in preparation for the Second World War. Now the 48th were a training unit at that time, flying various aircraft such as the A-20, A-18, which was a light twin-engine attack light bomber, and of course the 7th of December 1941 was the turning point and a disaster for America, being the worst ever attack. And the attacks on Pearl Harbor took lots of lives and of course battered the industry for the aircraft, the inventory, sorry, for the aircraft. There's lots of B-17s and earlier P-47s and other aircraft are damaged in the attacks. By February 1942, the mighty 8th and its personnel started to arrive in England, and on the 15th of August 1943 the 48th moved to Keyfield, and they had a new designation. They were redesignated as the 48th Fighter Bomb Group, and the actual squadrons as well got a redesignation. Now the 55th became the 492nd, 56th became the 493rd, the 57th became the 494th, and the 88th became the 495th. It could be the legacy when they became the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. Could be that's probably why on some of the Valkyries squadron badge that they have 9 stars, but we'll see. They were training with aircraft such as the A-24, A-31, A-35 and A-36 until 5 days later of their arrival at Keyfield they moved to William Northern Field, Tennessee. They became an operational flying unit, starting off with the P-39 Era Cobra and followed by the P-40 Warhawk. Now the P-40 Warhawk, pilots had mixed feelings about it. It had the power and then it didn't until it found a more suitable role. I believe it, I'm trying to remember where it served best. I can't remember whereabouts from my history readings that I've done, but it did serve somewhere else until finally a legendary aircraft was to come into the possession of the 48th. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, it was of course the P-47 Thunderbolt. An amazing piece of equipment, an amazing sort of, based on its engine, it was built around its size of its engine, whereas the, let's say the A-10 Thunderbolt 2, that got its sort of idea from building around its gun, which is huge. Now let me just go and get you a P-47D Thunderbolt, which, you know, like normal people do, they carry one.
Are you on 89,000 yet, Nicholas?
Sorry?
Are you on 89,000 yet?
Oh, not yet. Not yet. Hopefully.
Right, so
Close, mate. Sorry about the delay. I wanted to show you a couple of variations. Yeah, there's a reason for my delay. I wanted to show you the P-47 Thunderbolt. Made a few hundred earlier versions. But I just wanted to show you the size difference between a P-47 Thunderbolt and a 109. Wow, look at the size difference in that. It should have been in its own league really, but a beautiful aircraft. And of course, due to its weight, we take this 109 as well. Again, done to scale. I wanted to tell you another story as well. Sorry, not a story, but another fact that when engaging in aerial combat, it was really important, and 109 pilots would find out the hard way, it was really important to drop your drop tanks. You see, it's pressurized with gas, and one, it makes you lighter, so it was more maneuverable. But the thing is, you get hit here, well, it's like sending a bomb on underneath your aircraft. So it was really important, one, for maneuverability, to drop your drop tanks, and also to make you more maneuverable, and of course saves you from getting hit there. So let's have a look what's going on here. So of course the P-47 Thunderbolt, they made a good amount of production. It was available in sort of the Razorback and also the bubble canopy version as well. This is of course the Razorback, and this is what the 48th were equipped with. One of these beautiful 46 litres engine with its Pratt & Whitney beauty, 2,000 horsepower and a staggering 43,000 feet climb, service ceiling. The air intake was so big you can actually fit a human being in there. With its 8 cannons, when all fired, would actually slow the aircraft down 25 miles per hour. Those that watch Fast and Furious, the movies with the nitrous oxide, NOS, the P-47 Thunderbolt had a alcohol and water mixture which would give the aircraft a 300 horsepower boost. That's impressive. The beautiful Pratt & Whitney 2800 engine, absolutely phenomenal, and with a boost of extra 300 horsepower, was used in sort of you know, short periods, short intervals, to maybe use it in aerial combat or in rough weather, just to get a little bit of extra boost, because it was, as you know, named the Jug, if you know, and it's quite heavy. It's a very heavy aircraft, but a very fantastic one. But the thing is, with the 48, they weren't actually in escort roles. Now, those in the escort roles of the 8th Air Force would have quite a few aerial victories due to their nature of meeting attacking aircraft to attack the bomber stream, whereas the 48th were going to end up with the 9th Air Force. Now, there were a few changes that were going to be made. So in 1944 there was a few changes. So in March, the 21st of March, 3 of the squadrons set sail to RAF Ibsley. Now it was near Bournemouth, around that way. They set sail on the Queen Mary. Some personnel set sail on the Ile de France, another ship, and the 495th. You alright, buddy? You're good. Good. The 495th, they became part of the 407th Bomb Group. The reason for this is, what I could find is that bomb groups were organised into wings, but each bomb group, each fighter group, beg your pardon, each fighter group were categorised to having just 3 fighter squadrons rather than 4. Now, because the 48th had 4 squadrons, it was time to let one go. So the 495th moved in April to the 407th fighter bomb group, but they deactivated on the 1st of April 1944, which meant the end and being inactive were the 495th, and we didn't see them for over 33 years. So it was just the 3 squadrons that moved very briefly to RAF Ibsley. Eventually they were to end up in France, and the 48th had basically quite a strong connection with France, with the P-47 Thunderbolt as well. Of course they did claim victories as well, but the 9th Air Force, if you've never heard of them, they specialised in ground attack, so destroying tanks, strategic positions, reconnaissance, and supporting the troops on the ground. Literally, being innovative is close air support. This is what they would do. And today, the A-10 Thunderbolt 2, which is where it gets its name from this is why it's called a Thunderbolt 2, because it gets its basically heritage from, you know, it's kind of the innovative close air support with the P-47D Thunderbolt. An amazing aircraft, and close air support was its thing, to support the troops on the ground. And that is literally what happened. And the 48th ended up at Coningsby. They ended up there. You up, buddy? Are you off?
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Oh man, okay mate, I'll have a good time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
holiday.
I'll see you next week.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Now I'm back to work.
Ah, we'll see you soon. Wish you well.
Wish you well.
See you, man.
Take care, buddy.
Yeah, take care, man. Okay, so the 48th, on the 20th of April 1944, they did their first fighter sweep, and a month later they became the 48th Fighter Group, designated to the 70th Fighter Wing. So they weren't a wing then, and this is the mistake I made when I was first studying this. You know, numbers don't mean anything. You need to know whether they're a group or a wing. It really made because obviously there was a 48th Squadron. They were actually a training squadron, but had nothing to do with the 48th Fighter Group. Really interesting. Of course, on D-Day, the 48th served and took part in the D-Day operations. In fact, 2,000 sorties they took part in during the D-Day campaign. Ended up in airfields in France and Coningsby as they gained ground. They were supporting troops on the ground, bombing bridges, railway lines, gun positions. They even provided a reconnaissance. This aircraft played a similar role to the Hawker Typhoon. Also, the split S manoeuvre that was used quite a lot when attacking railway lines. So basically, the split S was used quite substantially. So what they'll do, so if the railway track and all the trucks were here and they wanted to attack them, they'll go past it, dive, turn into like a letter S and strafe. That was one of the tactics, and the army found it very useful. They were saved many times thanks to the fighter squadrons using the P-47 Thunderbolt. This is, you know, once they advanced into France, in fact they ended up in Belgium, the 48th, at Saint-Trond, with the 10,000 foot runways as well. It was, you know, for me, I really love this aircraft. I love the history, I love what it can do, the design. Yeah, it wasn't really, you know, designed for supreme aerial combat, you know, like a dogfighter, but it could do it if it needed to. It was built like a tank. It could take a lot of battle damage, coming back with, you know, lots of bullet holes, a hole to fit enough, big enough to fit a person in one of these as well. It would come back. Now, because the engine was a radial engine and air cooled, this is what I love about this. The beauty about being air cooled is that you can have half your cylinders missing and it will still get you back home, because of the way the coolant worked was air cooled and not liquid cooled. Although there are pros and cons, liquid cooled, if you were to get hit in there, that would mean your engine would overheat and that would be the end, and you'd probably have to bail out. And with this, you can kind of like, you know, get yourself back. Although it wasn't invincible, of course, but more than none, it would able to take a lot of anti-aircraft flak, anti-aircraft hits, and yeah, it would get you back home as best as possible. It really was an amazing aircraft, and the P-47 was something that the 48th and their 3 squadrons took part in. Now, just before the attacks of Pearl Harbor, which ultimately pushed the USA into World War II, there was a young man from Oklahoma City by the name of Ed Cottrell. Now, he was interested in becoming a pilot. Now, his father was a school teacher and they moved to Slippery Rock. At this time, the US government had a special program called the Civilian Pilots Training Program, where men could go to a dedicated airfield and obtain 30 hours of flying training in a Piper J3 Cub, which was a light trading aircraft. Now, Ed achieved his pilot's license and was really interested in joining the forces, but was more interested in flying with the US Navy because Ed says he really liked the uniform. Although undecided to fly for the Navy or Army in 1942, Ed decided to try both for their flight tests. And guess what? He actually successfully passed both. It was now time to make a decision. Army or Navy? Now, as America was at war, see you, man! As America was at war, joining the Navy would mean to go straight into the battlefield tomorrow, or at least joining them. But the United States Army Corps said to him to go back to school, and they would call him up when he was required. Now, there was some form of call-ups and conscriptive methods to subscribe, shall we say, but Ed felt more comfortable with the approach to go back to school and let the Army call him, and that's exactly what the US Army Corps did. He went to school, waited for the call, which came a few months later. Ed was sent to basic training with the US Army Corps, and after passing this, he set his sights solely on being a fighter pilot and requested this position, which was granted. Ed was shown the Curtiss P-40 Warhawk, powered by the Allison V1710 V12 liquid-cooled piston engine. It was rated at 1240 horsepower. It didn't quite have the power of the supercharger of the BF-109, for example, but Ed noticed this whilst flying it and felt it didn't quite have the power, but then it did and didn't. The P-40 was eventually suited in other roles during the war, but it just lacked that boost of fighter aircraft required, and Ed was hoping this would not be the aircraft for combat choice. But luckily for Ed, after 5 hours of flying the P-40, he was shown this, the very aircraft that would use into combat the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt, the Jug. Now, the very aircraft that innovated close air support, the very aircraft that was built around its huge single Pratt & Whitney R2800-59 18-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engine, 2,000 horsepower with an additional 300, and the air intake was so large that you can actually fit a human being in there. And Ed was stunned at the sheer size of the engine. The mega length is over 36 feet, that's 11 meters, and wondered how on earth this huge aircraft could fly. To put it into perspective, the Spitfire is about 2 meters shorter in length, and with a 27-litre engine displacement for the Spitfire, the P-47 has 46. And just before I continue, proper sweeps, isn't it? I think it was just the one.
Light's getting better now, coming in that way.
Yeah, it's getting better, isn't it?
I'm going to go over the road, but the sun's here, so.
So Ed started the engine, and it was not unusual for the jugs to come back with holes, as I mentioned, and stories of cylinders mission. The engine was the radial air cooled, which meant that it could take hits to the cylinders in the engine bay and still chug home. It's like a tank in the sky, because it was also fully armed with 8 50-inch, that's 12.7mm M2 Browning machine guns with 425 rounds per gun, which was a total of, if you add that together, that's 3,400 rounds. In fact, when all 8 guns were fired, the Jug would decrease speed by about 25 miles per hour. This is where the A-10 Thunderbolt 2 gets its name from, after the P-47 Thunderbolt, hence Thunderbolt 2. Of course, talking history means that aircraft will appear out of nowhere now, so I shall continue. But Ed was just 21, and Ed was finally assigned and boarded the ship called the Ile-de-France and set sail to Grey, where he was assigned to the 48th Fighter Group, who today are based here. Now, the 48th Fighter Group were part of the 70th Fighter Wing, who were a wing of the 9th Air Force, and for now the 48th were based at RAF Ibsley in Hampshire, the 9th Air Force had a very different role. As we mentioned, they take care of close air support, supporting the troops and attacking, dive bombing and attacking low level. Escort missions were extremely rare for the 9th Air Force. Of the 65 combat missions that Ed completed, only one of these missions was an escorting mission. This role of the 9th Air Force would take their fighter groups to the battlefield itself, onto required land and into France, then into Belgium. And as the Allies were going back to ground during the Normandy, as they were gaining ground in Normandy, the consequences of the invasions of France, airfields were used by the 9th Air Force. Operating from England would mean using significant amounts of fuel for a bombing run and then and back, so this made sense to start operating as close as possible. Ed, a lieutenant, was assigned to the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers, in September 28, 1944. They were located to Coningsby in France. Now, in England we say lieutenant, but as we're talking about US airmen, I will say it in the US way, lieutenant. The markings of the 493rd Thunderbolts had the letter I in 7, and their colour, unlike today, was actually blue. Blue today is the Bowlers, or Mad Hatters, but blue then was the Grim Reapers. Now, Ed shared a P-47 with the highly experienced pilot, Lieutenant George Pullis, and their aircraft was called Our Mary. Ed learned from Pullis and flew his first combat mission in October 1944. Combat missions involved dive bombing, strafing attack trains, trucks and other vehicles. However, as Ed got more and more missions, he experienced the biggest threat, flak. Literally a roulette game of luck involved not to get hit. And since the 493rd missions were low-level attack missions, this meant even more likely to encounter flak gunners. The flak crew were strategically positioned. I think they had 88mm cannons that could really put some damage into the aircraft. Now, in October 1944, the 48th Fighter Group was transferred to a new airfield at Saint-Trond in Belgium. The runway at Saint-Trond was much appreciated by the pilots, as it had a 10,000-foot long runway. The 48th continued their low-level strafing missions and ground support, with Ed completing 12 missions in a month. Now, by December 1944, the 9th Army pushed into Germany, which was now about to make the combat missions even more intense. Now, a second lieutenant, Ed Cottrell, on a bitterly cold, snowy day on the 6th of December 1944, troops of the 9th Army were pinned down at Jülich in Germany, and Ed was assigned to a combat mission to bomb a position so that the 9th Army could advance. The army was stuck by a soccer field and could not advance further, so the mission was to bomb the soccer field. With very low freezing cloud, your very own troops on the ground nearby, the P-47s would have to go extremely low, treetop level, in order to carry out this successfully. Taking off and flying at treetop level height, maintaining a max altitude of 200 feet at 325 miles per hour, Ed made his first recce pass to see where the 9th Army were. Using time-delayed bombs, hits were a success, and it was looking good. And also Major Stanley Latiolis ordered for another attack with the strafing run using the Thunderbolt's 8 guns. They carried out another strafing attack of what targets remained, and then directed by Latiolis to head back for base at Saint-Trond. When Ed landed safely at Saint-Trond, unknown to Ed, he was actually shown by the ground crew that he had over 40 hits on his P-47, which was caused by small arms fire from the German defence. Now, the 493rd successfully achieved its mission by attacking the key soccer field and other targets to help the 9th Army advance and break through. Now, they were awarded a DUC, Distinguished Unit Citation. The 48th Fighter Group carried out over 2,000 sorties during the Normandy campaign. Now, on the 17th of December 1944, 12 P-47 Thunderbolts of the 493rd Fighter Squadron were assigned to another mission, another low dive bombing mission to attack a bridge. Ed was flying under the wing of Lieutenant Jim Watson, another experienced pilot, but they were led by Major Latiolis and were all armed with 500-pound bombs with delayed detonation and general purpose bombs to also attack targets around the bridge. P-47s flew in flights of 4, and Ed's flight spotted a row of German Tiger tanks. They made circles, passes, and finally dive bombing the tanks. However, Ed spotted BF-109s, and as Ed was diving to strafe the tanks, this was actually the worst time. Now, when you go and strafe, when you're going into attack, when something's about to attack you, you have just lost all your speed, because you've now got to put on the power and burst up. So this would probably be a good time to apply that alcohol and water boost. The 109s came bursting in with its 20mm machine guns, and Ed pulled up and took his P-47 up, but smoke, he took hits to his P-47 straight on the engine cowling right here, and all oil was spluttered. Oh, you off, buddy? Thank you for doing that. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Thank you. You take care, my man. Thank you. So, as Ed dived, as we mentioned, as he dived down, a 109 took hits and got Ed's cowling shot to bits, and all the oil blasted onto his windshield. He had oil spluttering inside the cockpit, and he had to wipe it from his face. Now Ed was in a bit of trouble, and this 109 pilot was not going to give up. So we are now in a bit of trouble for Ed. And this was the worst possible time for Ed, and the 109 came bursting in. Now smoke and hot oil was now spluttering out of the cockpit. Now Ed was losing power, and although trying to keep his aircraft flying, he had to fight the oil off his face so that he could see. Now Ed was looking over to see where Watson was, but could see a 109 came at Watson's P-47. Lateralized hit and fought off one of the 109s, but Watson was nowhere to be seen, and radio contact was lost. Ed's windshield was completely covered in oil, so he pulled open the canopy, and all you can hear is Ed said that it was popping and spluttering. He was in a lot of trouble, and all Ed could do now was to try and try and keep it ticking over while it was chugging. He made contact to his squadron commander, reported his situation. Now by now he was too low to bail out. All sorts was going on through Ed's mind now. At 2,000 feet, close to stalling speed at 120 miles per hour, things got worse. To his horror, I haven't got enough hands for this. To his horror, there were two 109s that were attacking him from the back, but they realized that Ed wasn't really going to do a lot. So miraculously, one 109 on this side and then the other on this side, and apparently they were crisscrossing him around to check him out, and eventually they actually saluted Ed's P-47. They actually saluted Ed Cottrell, and guess what? They left him, and he made it home. He made it back, and no word of a lie. Ed said that when he landed, he kissed the ground. I think he had 9 cylinders missing, and he contacted Pratt & Whitney to say what an amazing engine that he had, a life-saving engine. Ed, right, also met the very 109 pilot, Karl-Heinz Boser, that engaged in that aerial assault on the 17th December 1944 after 79 years in Belgium. And Boser was hit and bailed out and survived, but sadly Ed went to the crash site where Watson perished. Ladies and Teddy Bears, I was fortunate enough on the 14th of September 2024 to come here to Lakenheath on a mystery stream, a P-47 Thunderbolt with the 493rd Grim Reaper markings along with a P-51 made a special visit to Lakenheath, and guess who was here? 102 years old, Ed Cottrell was here. Oh yes. Fear the Reaper. Fear the Reapers, and they're still going today. How cool is that? Just a little bit of info there of these wonderful aircraft. So yeah, ladies and teddy bears, after the Second World War, or at least they did move to Laon in France and then finally back to the US in 45, and they became inactive. They were the fighter group. They were finished for now, but they came back on the 10th of July 1952. They reactivated at Chaumont, and they became a fighter bomb wing. They were given wing status, and flying the F-84G Thunder jets, and they activated with their 3 squadrons. The 495th was still not back yet. October 53 to 56, the 492nd Fighter Bomb Squadron, they created and formed the Sky Blazers Aerial Aerobatics Team. And in 1954, the Sky Blazers were operating the F-86s and also the wing as well. The Sky Blazers eventually were under the control of the 36th Fighter Wing, but that didn't last long, because in 1962, with the Thunderbirds having the air-to-air refueling capabilities, that kind of saw the end, because they were able to do air shows around the world without any trouble. 1954, as we mentioned before, with Chamont, the 48th got their name, the Statue of Liberty Wing, due to the fact that the base is very close to where the Statue of Liberty was made. 1956, it was time for the F-100D Super Sabre, and in 1958 they became the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. So the squadrons took the tactical title as well. On the same year, the Beatles formed. On the 15th of January 1960, the 48th finally came here. This is where they came, 1960. They left France and came to Lakenheath, and they've been here since 1960. In 1972, the same year that the F-15A took its first flight, it was time for the Phantoms to be in the inventory of the 48th. The tail codes became LK, and then changed it to LN a year later. By 1977, a new aircraft. So the Phantom era was very short-lived, and it was time for a new aircraft, the F-111 Aardvark, which we showed you earlier. Now with the new aircraft, the F-111 Aardvark, it was time to activate back the 4th Squadron that started out, the 495th. But they were given a new name. They were called the Thundervarks, the 495th Tactical Fighter Squadron. And that took them all the way up till 1991, when it was time for the 495th to become inactive again once more. And in 1992 and 91, they became the Fighter Wing. The tactical title dropped. The 495th, it became inactive, and it was just back to the 3 squadrons. While that was going on, the last F-111 left in 92 with the arrival of the F-15E Strike Eagle. It took 2 years later for the F-15 C&Ds to arrive with the 493rd. So it was just all Eagles, and like I said before, from 1991, it took 30 more years for the 495th to return as the Valkyries, and they brought with them the F-35A. And here we are in modern times. Hello.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Are there any underground tunnels that they use for getting around the base? Have that been seen? Do you know?
I don't know.
You see cars and whatever, but you don't see the sort of pilots and the crew and whatever.
I don't know that question, I'm afraid. Don't know the answer to that.
Just wondered.
Yeah, I don't know that one. You alright, man? Cool. Yeah, I just catch a few F-35s coming back in. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I think so, yeah, I think so. I don't know when it'll start. But I think that'll probably go tomorrow then, at C-17. But let's guess it's the 16th. I guess I've got a day that we can't all night. Whatever they should be.
You've still got no patience.
You'll be owned by R3, then you have to go to 5 minutes. Have to go to 5
Was it?
Oh yeah, take care, Stuart, take care. Yeah, you too. I'll have a look when I get home at some...
Yeah, check out the whole beach from
Yeah,
yesterday.
will do.
It's good. There's a lot of that.
Lovely.
I mean, a lot of mud flying around.
Yeah, that the
Next
impact.
time I come here, I'll bring some cash. I want to buy a couple of books.
Alright mate, yeah, no worries, thank you. I'll be here.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, you too.
Cheerio. You can't.
Not yet.
You put the R on it.
Yeah. Actually, where is it?
Right there now.
Let's go and find him there now.
Hey, we all right there now? How we doing round there now? My name's Reggie, part of the RAF Regiment. Just doing me final checks. Hope you're all good and enjoying yourselves and behaving yourselves. Got to do the perimeter checks around here now. Make sure it's all. Oh, you, what are you laughing at there? What are you laughing at me?
Oh, I love you, Red.
Oh, thank you very much there now. Would you like to come out for some chucking tonight? You and Mr. Man over there now. Come and join us for some action of chuckins. Yeah, variety bucket bargain there now. Yeah, that's right. Looks quite comfortable over there, doesn't it, or no? It's all good.
What are you doing?
Oh, all right there, Jens. How are you there now? I'm watching these pretty little planes here now. There's a couple over there that we're going to go and have some chucking later.
Over there? Excuse me, I would stay away from this man. I would stay away from him.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, I've seen what you do at night. You can't handle your chucking.
What do you mean I can't handle me chucking? I can handle me chucking.
I don't think you can. I think these people are in for a bit of a shock with you.
Oh, no, I'm all right or no.
Bundesliga!
Bundes what? What's he on about her now? I can hear a pretty little plane. Oh, it's a bit high up there, isn't it? What's it doing up there now?
It's flying. What do you think it's doing?
Well, it's a bit high, isn't it? I'm supposed to look at that, you know. Have a bad neck after that. I end up walking like a chucking.
You are a very funny bird, are you, master?
Yeah, look, it's quite high up. How am I supposed to see it?
You must bend back like this.
What?
There you go.
Well, now I can't get back up.
There you go, yeah. Bundesliga!
Bundes what?
Liga! Oh dear, I think I'm in a lot of trouble. Excuse me, madam, can you save me, please? I've just tried to do a Jurgen Klinsmann on Reggie. Oh dearie me, Bundesliga! I don't think I've ever seen Reggie get lunged by Jens there now. I don't think he's going to be very impressed. Right, what we got? Two F-35s, two pretty little planes. we go. Going up. I don't know if this is going to work out. Wondering where it had gone. There it is, yeah. So I'm looking for the F-35 that went into high key. three in the circuit. Here we go. Some rumble going on up there. F-16 just started. Look at the ribbons, wow, look at this. And another one. Two.
16s again. F-16s.
Yeah, the crew are walking over now, look.
Yeah.
So, more F-16 departures.
They could be going.
I'm trying to see if it's the special tail.
The special tail one's facing us directly and it's strobing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Oh.
That's the one they towed earlier. More at Charlie, point Charlie.
Oh, I missed them too, it's hilarious.
Two in the initial as well.
Okay.
Jets everywhere.
What a marvellous day. F-35 on high key, and we've got an F-16. I think there's two started up. There's the other startup as well. Beautiful. That's 3 F-16 startups from what I could hear. This one pointing at us, which, you know. Oh. The F-35 is going to come down now from 10,000 feet into a dive, so it's simulated a flame out. Let's go and catch it. Look at this. So to simulate it, the pilot will put that on idle, put the aircraft into idle. Now it's a PFO, precautionary flame out. The engine is still running, it's just not combusted. And this is what you do. Ready for the pilot to put it out of idle and into the thrust to simulate a startup. There we go. It's not a stall, it's a flame out. It's a bit like, you know, the compressors are still spinning round, sucking the air in, but the idea and the method is to take your aircraft into high key, 10,000 feet, and scoop in lots of air and try to start the engine again. Two more Point Charlie. There's our three F-16s of the 555th Fighter Squadron, a US Air Force in Europe, that's USAFE. The triple nickel motto, one screen. Also, they're known as the world's largest distributor of MiG spare parts. You want to see their aerial victories against MiGs. You want to see this. It's pretty impressive. And that special tales for Operation Bolo that the 555th initiated in during the Vietnam War, with 7 aerial victories on that operation, with the aerial victories marked, all done in their F4 Phantoms, believe using the M61D cannon, I think. Actually, take that back, some of them were, I think. And if you're enjoying this, ladies, gents and teddy bears, don't forget to hit the like button and come join us as well to subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We are a unique military aviation channel and the UK's #1 military aviation streaming channel. And join us. And if you are subscribed, don't forget to hit that notification bell button where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos as well. Check out our website for the Ted Coningsby official online store as well, to get yourself official Ted Coningsby merchandise. There's lots of fun things on there, a gallery as well, and no Teds, so you know where we are as a plan for the year, but updated weekly, shall we say, and also Ted's flight log as well. Yeah, see you soon. Will do, take care. Bye. Triple Nick, how you doing? Nick Ward, hope you're all good. Otto von Fledermaus, how you doing? Karen Glenn, Christopher Neal, Val Lissy, Margot Gucci Man, Paul Mayers, how you all doing? Karen Glenn, Chris Bloxham, how we all doing? Hope we're all good. Elsie, how you doing as well? Hope you're all good and well. So, our last departures for the show, I think, for us. That's the bag's got to go. Actually, saying that, I can hear F-35s from the north side of the base. Checks. Stuart G, thank you very much. Hope you're all well. Panasaurus, Rex, Airborne Womble, Davey, El Toro 66, G Van Pullion, LEJ Approach, Alex Black Cat as well. I will try to get you a stream tomorrow. That is my mission. So this is why it's important to whack your notification bell button to all. Set it to all, have a look at the settings, make sure you don't miss out. But I will get you a mini Easter special show tomorrow, I think. Leave it with me, okay? Leave it with me. So these are based at Aviano Air Base. And that's just south of the Alps, I think it is. And these are US Air Force aircraft. They are piloted by US Air Force Airmen. That's part of USAFE, same as Lakenheath, Mildenhall. It's part of the 3rd Air Force, one of the original 10, or one of the original air forces. There are 2 fighter squadrons flying the F-16s at Aviano, the 555th, the Triple Nickel, and the 510th Fighter Squadron. Also, didn't mention it today in the history, but the 56th Rescue Squadron and the 57th Rescue Squadron, who fly the AH-60 Pavehawk, were actually based here at Lakenheath until they moved to Aviano as well. They're part of the 31st Fighter Wing and is the only US fighter wing south of the Alps. I think it's going to get good. It's going to get good. Single General Electric's F-110 229 engine, producing with afterburner a huge 29,000 pounds of thrust, in excess of, I think it's just over 29,150 pounds of thrust just on that single beaut. And I think dry it's about 1,700, so I don't know how it does that. It's pretty impressive to add almost 50% more power. It's insanely brilliant. I mean, normally you get like an extra 30% of boost power with the afterburner, but on this it's amazing. Max speed at just over Mach 2.0, 2.05. Introduced on the 17th of August 1978, it took its first flight on the 20th of January 1974. And took an official first flight on the 2nd of Feb 1974 as well. There is another F-16. Well, there we go. You alright? How you going? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. And we've got 5 F-16 Fighting Falcons of the 555th Triple Nickel. And some troops on the ground there doing a FOD sweep. And please don't get in my pictures, put me right in your face, man. Just do a little bit of adjustment. Hang on. Just 1 second. Paul Burrows, how you doing? Hope you're good. You know it is. Just like the F-15 as well, it's had a cracking history, a fantastic history, and can be taken in all scenarios. Here we go. Get ready for some noise. Oh, oh. F-35s taxiing as well. F-35A taxiing and F-16 CMs. Look at the age difference and capability differences between these two aircraft. Amazing, isn't it? Love that. That's cool, isn't it? Beautiful. Look at them. That's F-16s there. We've already had 3 go out. Time for another 2. Oh, here we go. Trouble's making the noise. Here we go. Huge turbofan Pratt & Whitney F135 PW 143,000 pounds of thrust. Here we go. I don't know.
It's Good Friday, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry about that, I really don't know. I was planning to go to Mildenhall tomorrow, so probably there.
I'll live near Mildenhall.
Sorry?
I'll live near Bison.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about tomorrow.
Oh,
sorry about that.
I'll go back to this
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I might go to Mildenhall tomorrow, so see how it goes.
It's good to go, huh?
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it?
Do you know where I'll get a cheap radio from?
Try Radio World.
Where's that?
Just go online.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright, thanks a lot.
No problem, mate. Colin, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Thank you very much. And Guards March to the Plane Guy, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Oi, loving the show. Send it. Thank you very much. Triple Nick 555. My F-16's Triple Nick Squadrons LOL comes up. Thank you very much, and a Guards March for you. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. A Guards March, thank you. And Andrew Porter, Guards March for Reggie's Chuckin. Thank you very much there, Guards March. We Stevie Boy, Guards March, thank you for the super. And also, finally, a high five and a Guards March for Paul Mayers for gifting a TED Coningsby membership. Thank you so much. Right then, ladies, gents and teddy bears, thank you very much for that. And that concludes the day. That's done for us, Ted. I think we're done, cooked, wrapped like a kebab. Or a salmon wrap for you, mate. So yeah, thank you very much, ladies, gents and teddy bears. I hope you enjoyed today. It's been an incredible day. Now, check out the Whole Beach, not stream, but check out the Whole Beach premiere from yesterday. So yesterday, unfortunately, I couldn't stream from Whole Beach because it was just absolutely horrendous. Probably some of the worst gusting winds I've experienced with 40, I think it was 38 to 40 knots, and it was getting worse, and it was just, things were flying everywhere, as in not aircraft, just stuff, it was really bad. And one false move and I'd have a bits of equipment just flying off onto the range because the wind was blowing straight onto the range. So it was really challenging. So what I did, I stayed there for a few hours and set off about 12:30, and 5 hours later, so that's in 5 hours, I drove home, edited it and compressed it, uploaded it to YouTube, and then gave a half-an-hour countdown. So that wasn't bad. So it was 5 hours fresh for you to enjoy. Do check it out. It is really good. There's guns and bombs, F-15s and F-16s, ladies, gents and teddy bears. So I hope you all enjoyed today. I hope you had a great time and enjoyed it. So like I said, keep your notification bell button on. I'll have a little scout around, see what I can do, but there are a lot of bases actually closed tomorrow. So just enjoy, relax, take a day off, and see where we're going to be. But I'll whack something up maybe tomorrow. I'll have a look. I'll head on over the road and see how it goes. But that was my idea. I did that last year and got one single C-17. Hope you all enjoyed it. First of all, thank you very much to the 48 Fighter Wing. Thank you, a massive shout out to you. And of course, the 555th Triple Nickel. Once green, always green. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, of course, a salute to all of you, and thank you all for tuning in today for this amazing day. Really good to see a nice variety of aircraft. When you get 3 different fighters in, it is quite cool. So, I guess that's it, Ted, didn't it? Yeah, all done, Ted? I think we're done. Oh yes, time for some salmon roll. Thank you very much. So my name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for today, it's see you soon, wish you well. Hit the button, Ted, let's do it, mate.
What up, how we doing, y'all? Name's Casey, how you doing? Hope you're good. Hope you all have a mighty fine Easter break. Take care. See you soon. Wish you well.
If you see Captain Weber, you must tell me. You must tell me you'll find me at Leipzig.
Bundesliga.
You did it for the kids. Got all the kids involved.
Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian 31.